Have like underfloor heating for nature. Oh yeah, something like that. And I think I'm just gonna disable this before I forget, so I don't need to do that later. And go over here. You know, I've never played World of Warcraft, Modern Jester, and I've watched very, very little footage of it. So I know what those two words are, and I know that they're a thing in World of Warcraft. No idea what it looks like, and kind of don't care to look. No name. Thanks for the 6 months. It's good to be back, you know? I was also quite burnt out before I vanished. So me coming back is, like, good, because now that I'm back, I'm, like, functional-ish again. How big of a world do I want to generate? I'm thinking just, like, medium region. I'm just checking something real quick. I want to know what the mineral scarcity is right now. Because this is an older World Gen prefab that I made. Which I also never find it the first time I scroll through. There it is. 4,000? Yeah, I turned it up for this one. By thawing a glacier and then refreezing it on them? Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting. Could be interesting. There's a lot of things like that that could be interesting. Even if it doesn't necessarily become, like, strictly a defensive motive. Elmiran? You had the first experience with the Forgotten Beast that covered your entire fort in dust. Makes every dwarf rot while alive. Very fun. Oh, no, absolutely. That's something that happened in Waterlong. Or, no, in Sunbursts. Sunbursts. Once it gets into the snow, you're just kind of SOL. I'm just gonna... Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. Hitting that up to level 6 with 23 subscriptions and $9 in bits. You know, I was gone long enough where, I think it's 10 days, where Twitch started sending me emails saying that my audience misses me. So I want to know, is Twitch right? Did you guys miss me? That counts for you, YouTube, as well. I know you guys technically got an upload while I was on staycation mode, but... Did you miss me? No? Okay, fair. Touche. I understand. A little, I mean, you know, you got plenty of, like, filling, or plenty of other people to fill that void, right? Saw me a fair few times, what, popping up in the Discord? Okay, also, I should post on the Discord that I'm live, because I actually haven't done that. I just kind of typed in the thingy and then turned the stream on. Yeah, well, I do have 5 broken bones in my foot, so that would be very difficult. Yeah, to be completely clear, hikes are all canceled. So, they're all camping trips are currently SOL. I know that. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't really talked much publicly at all. You were sick for 2 weeks? Oh, Jesus, man. That is entirely too much time to be sick. Well, thanks for the follows as well. I don't have follow notifications, but I do see them.
Crypt arrive at the answer crypt pog crypt wave.
Automated messages, John? Oh, you're right, yeah, the emails. With the automated guilt tripping or gaslighting. Rolf, thanks for the 42nd months. Oh, the 2 other things I should mention. I've updated the last fork command, I've updated the video command, and the game just crashed. I updated the last fork command, I updated the video command, and I updated the, the goal command. Because I don't really have any restrictions just yet. Let's try that again. Real dwarf would simply take a crutch and walk the trail. Totally. You know, do you guys think that make a... Do you guys think okay, I guess it doesn't work on this screen. Make a glacier into an ocean? Do you think that would be a fair goal? Just in general? Did I spell it wrong twice? Maybe it doesn't like doing that in World Gen. Oh, there we go. Let's take a look at this world. Okay, so there's haunted and terrifying glaciers up here. That's tundra. That's all tundra. Kind of not enough cold. Let me go back to the main menu. Oh yeah, I should also mention there's a new mug. I also stuck a patch up on the merch store. It's a Machine Waters Swim Club patch because the colors for the patches on the merch store are kind of limited, and that was one that I found suited it. But it's kind of just a test to see if people are interested in that sort of thing. Let's try this again. I'm thinking maybe make it colder. I think I will leave the minimum temperature at 15, so just make it a little bit colder, and then set the maximum temperature to 60. Let's turn it down ever so slightly. Bueno, thanks for gifting a sub to Stone. And also, type an exclamation point enter for your chance to win a mug. I should say that. You put a W in front of it. Darius, you might want to retype that. Gigma, thanks for the 22nd months. Oh, this is interesting. So that's all tundra. Tundra isn't ice. That's the issue here. But that has given us more. It's a very shallow yet joyous ocean. Okay, let's go back to the main menu. Try it again. Let's create a new world. Temperature. Set minimum temperature to 0, maximum temperature to 50. I actually don't know what temperature will kill dwarves, but Modern Jester and Peston. If you click on that redeem link, you can redeem your prize. Enjoy the mug. Cheers. It's in dwarf units. I don't actually think that the temperature in Dwarf Fortress is in real units. It's like in weird abstract Tarn math units. Just like how weight isn't in like kilos or pounds or stone, it's like in whatever magical number Tarn came up with. Ooh, now we're cooking. This is all tundra. It's a serene glacier. Haunted glacier. I could do a haunted glacier. What's this in the middle here? Interesting. It changes color there. There's a calm glacier down here. I think I'm going to turn the temperatures down slightly. But I think we are on the money here. Blink is also chucking out a Machine Waters Swim Club patch. So type an exclamation enter for a chance to win. Unfortunately, YouTube folks, this will only work on the Twitch side of things. Let's go back. Keep at it. Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. No, I've lost temperature. So there's temperature. So let's drop this down to like minus 20. Minus 10. Drop you down to 40. Just slowly pushing it colder. So maximum temperature is now 40, down from 75. You know, I've been saying that since this version of the game released, Darius, but it's never been searchable, so... Well, maybe with DF Hack at some point, but... Thanks for being around to get a sub, Cutter5. Degree in degrees Eurist? Yeah, no, that which means magical made-up Tarn math units. Oh, we got necromancers in the glaciers. Ooh. The pregnant ice. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's not good. Not a fan. But we do have dwarves. Sprayed tone. Is that just a word for dwarven graffiti? Okay, so there's a Joyous Wilds glacier here. That could be a lot of fun. Gold, silver, copper, and zinc are available. There's also an Untamed Wilds glacier, which could be a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever played on a Joyous Wilds glacier. Bismuth! You won the patch! I should remove the period from the title of it. What is Joyous Wilds? So that's a good aligned equivalent of Untamed Wilds. So destroying or damaging the surface will agitate the wildlife. The elves are more like mean about how much material they give you. By that I mean wood, and that sort of thing. This one's calm. This is all wilderness. Really close to the goblins, though. I mean, Joyous Wilds are relatively rare in the default Embark settings, Lab Enjoyer, but if you use the, like, what's the word? The Advanced World Gen, even just the default Advanced World Gen settings, you'll get a lot more of them. They do happen, though, in the default settings, but the default settings are they have a lot less variance in, like, the extreme ends, you know, if that makes any sense. Like, there's less in the way of, like, good and evil oceans. Stuff's mostly wilderness. It's a bit more of a balanced game with the default settings, but... Like, down here, this is like a Joyous Wilds Rocky Wasteland. Over here is Mirthful, which is, like, the wilderness equivalent for good aligned areas. Oh, wow. There's, like, a human and elven civilization down here that are completely secluded from the rest of the world. That's interesting. Considering this is, like, a no-islands map, it's kind of wild that actually managed to land here. Huh. But anyway, I don't generally play with mods, Peston. I have in the past. I like total overhaul mods, but there aren't really any that I would be willing to stream at the moment due to the amount of tiles that they require. I don't know. It's mostly personal taste, I would guess, or I would say. There's a lot of neat ones though, if you like want to reflavor the game, but it's a lot of reflavoring. The stuff that's happening with the Lua scripting is really interesting to me. I'm going to continue generating this and see what it looks like. The stuff that's happening with Lua scripting is very interesting to me. I think I would leave them isolated for right now, George. The reason I'm curious about Lua scripting is because it's allowing things... Uh-oh. That Dwarven faction appeared and then just immediately died. There's a Dwarven faction over here that's just getting wrecked by these goblins. There's a Dwarven faction down here that seems to be taken off. That's good. Not for long, though, probably. Oh, this is also cool. There's a Arctic Ocean right here. That is like Joyous Wilds, which is always fun. I mean, I use DF Hack, but I turn off all of the automations. For clarity here, I don't consider DF Hack a mod. It's a separate piece of software that manipulates the game. It's kind of like enabling dev tools in another game or using the terminal window in Skyrim to teleport through a quest. It's like an external tool, so I don't even consider that a mod. Like by some definition, sure, but like when people talk about mods, my brain goes to things like, you know, whatever's on the workshop, right? You just started your first dead civ and the history is crazy. Goblins and humans took over everything and the dwarves were completely wiped out and had no sites yet, and I was able to embark. We have a queen who lives in a necromancer tower and is writing books about her long dead husband. If you raid that necromancer tower and kill her, it is very likely you will just immediately inherit the queen. Well, when it comes to Lua scripting, because YouTube chat's talking about it as well, I'm curious about things like new types of forgotten beasts that don't currently exist, stuff like that. But I don't know. I know chat, everybody seems to have their own preference for different kinds of visual mods. I kind of just don't like using those personally, like things that don't actually affect the game. Mostly because I want to know when something new is added, and they don't always tell us. And that just makes my life explaining the game to somebody who's new much easier. So I kind of avoid aesthetic mods intentionally. And as far as like things like other civilizations and whatnot, nothing's really like, I look at the workshop pretty consistently, and there hasn't been anything that's really like jumped out at me as like, I need to use this. I need to mess around with this. Most likely what'll end up happening is I will, because we're getting close to an era again where I think I'm going to start messing around with mods, but probably what's going to end up happening is I will just make a themed run and then do 1 or 2 forts with those mods enabled and then go back to vanilla. Okay, so the humans won on this island. The elves are all dead. There was a big-ass war down here at some point. What else do we have? We've got a more or less exterminated dwarf. There must have been a huge fucking war here. Shadowbirds, the mysterious palace. This is a cool area. It's pretty cursed, but it's cool. There was a dwarven civ here. Sprayed Tome, who I presume created this tower and then immediately got exterminated by it. There's this little isolated human civ down here. We've got a very large elven civ down here. I'm sorry, did that say Yellfat? No, it said Yell Monster. I also yell at monsters. I can relate. And then we do have 1 dagger urns. Sun's labors. Gate dies. Open the gate and you dies. This is true. Dish ringed. Calling greens. Boarship. Worship the boarship. Do we have any other dwarven civs, or is it just the one? Yeah, it looks like the rest just got exterminated, although this one's kind of interesting. The fetid blot. Yuck. I don't know. What do you guys think? Joyous Wilds Glacier goal to turn it into... I mean, they certainly turned the whole island into a big-ass city. Fanyogs. There's also some dwarven barons and human hamlets with less than 10 population, and they didn't show up until a few years after embarking. Yeah, that sounds about right. What do you guys think? Joyous Wilds Glacier, possibly dead civ, turn the glacier into an ocean? Let's see what we get. I'm gonna real quick take a toilet break. I do have a, like, brace on my foot, so it's gonna take me a minute to get back. So, hang tight.
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Glorious looking world. Cheers, otters. What's up, Nixie?
Crypt wave.
Bah. I wonder if it would be possible to, like, turn a glacier into an ocean and then, like, drain it so that, like, a fortress emerges from a few layers below. That might be a bit too ambitious, but... But I wonder. I'll bet you could. You just have to dig around in the glacier and build walls in the glacier. What do we think here about achievements? I don't mind hunting achievements in games. I'm just... They're not an incentive. Like, they're not the reason I will play a game, but I will go for them if they are presented to me, but it's not, like, something that I need in video games, especially on Steam. Like, Steam achievements are, like... There are many a script to just, like, run and unlock every achievement in a game with a few clicks, and I think it can get you banned from, like, the Steam marketplace, but, like, for most people, so I don't know. There's a lot of, like, cheating and illegitimacy to them, so I kind of... They're fun to have, but, like, I don't really care. Like, it's not like... I'm not an I will not play a game more than I want to just to hunt achievements. If I'm playing a game and there are achievements and I like the game, I might go for the achievements if they're if they're available in a way that I enjoy playing that game. Like, sometimes it's a reason to keep playing a game that I already like, but I don't avoid DF hack. I have it running right now. But I will say I do think it over-automates the game to the point where I don't feel like I'm playing it, and you saying that it is a core part of the game is fundamentally false. Genuinely, Gundam, because I have none of the scripts enabled, because you don't need them. Like, you really, really don't. I think there's a lot of people who learned to play this game so fundamentally with DF hack that they don't know how to play the game properly, and think that there are bugs and issues with the game that are things that DF hack has solutions for, where you, if you knew how to play the game properly, wouldn't encounter in the first place. But that's my take. So, it's useful if you're a power player, but, like, is it a core part of the game? No. You do the achievements you get along the way at the end of the game. I mean, you do the achievements you can get on the way to the end of the game. Yeah, and if I enjoyed that game, I would consider going back and playing it again. But it also depends on the type of game. Like, I absolutely adored Citizen Sleeper. I got like maybe 20% of the achievements. I will never play that game again because I loved that playthrough so much. Like, that to me is my canonical playthrough. But Nixie, thanks for the 40th month. Appreciate you. Let's just look at what that map looks like first. Whatever they feel like adding, I don't know. I don't like talking about hypotheticals because, like, one, I kind of don't care. When it comes to, like, what achievements would be fun in Dwarf Fort, it's like, I don't know. Whatever they add to the game would be fun. But, like, meh. There's this glacier, and then there's this glacier. Pregnant ice and the split frost. They all have the same materials. I mean, you know, there's the standard, like, roguelike related ones, which is Here Kogan's Son in Fortress mode, Here Kogan's Son in Adventure mode. Those are the first, like, just die in both modes, lose. Like, you could have a dwarf drown, you could, like, there's the problem, I think, with, like, achievements in Dwarf Fortress would mostly just be, like, a lot of them would just come up in luck, like, they would just happen eventually. I mean, there's wood on every map, even maps that have no wood, Space Redneck. Jornelius, thank you very much for the 35th month, and Fanyogs, thanks for the 32nd. Appreciate you too. Yeah, no, but that's kind of the difficult thing about Dwarf Fortress, because, like, you know, you could have an achievement like have 10 barons, but, like, at the same time, it's like there's no real way to control that. It just happens sometimes. I don't know. I'll say this: I'm not a game designer, so I don't think that, like. And my enjoyment of games is not... Uh-oh, camera's out of whack. My enjoyment of games is not even remotely based on the... How do I put it? What are they fighting with? Oh, a polar bear. Polar bearman! They don't seem very chill. Well, that's fun. All right. Let's cause global warming in this map. Actually, hold on. How deep is it? Oh, that's real shallow. It only goes down to layer 0 and goes up to layer 60. Or layer 2, even. Which means hell probably starts at, like, 10. No, I mean, they're gonna kill those, but... Well, I mean, I need to make the polar ice caps melt. That's kind of my goal. I'm just a little bummed about how shallow it is. The Realms of Soul. What a name. I won't do those, Turn a Bloat, because like the last fortress that I built, we made it about 14 streams in and things were getting real quiet while I was playing because people stop watching if I go on for too long. So I don't see myself doing 40, 50 streams of any fort. At least not in the near future. It's just not really conducive to the habits of the people who watch this channel. If it was, then I would consider it, but it's not, so. Would it change on the map? Absolutely not, no. No, it would not. There is no way that the player can affect the overworld map or the look of the overworld map at the moment. So that's that. This one has nothing. What about this side? This one's just wilderness. I'm curious if it's any deeper. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fewer layers to pump through. Okay, so they're all the same. I mean, glaciers are always pretty shallow, so that's not too surprising, but I was kind of hoping to have a little bit of a deeper map. Oh, I mean, you don't need to be sorry for it. It's just like a fact. Corvitism. That's just kind of a fact. Yeah, well, I mean, the pregnant ice just makes me think of things like, you know, how when glaciers melt and stuff, it can release, like, microbes and things that weren't in the area previously and cause diseases to suddenly come back. All that fun stuff. Nick Pa, hello. Hello, Wednesdays. How's things? Well, it's not very, yeah, or the thing, yeah, exactly. It's not that it's like fewer layers to pump through. It's like that map, that area doesn't have very many layers, so I'm not well, actually, hold on. Let me look at something. I'm not entirely positive I will be able to make lava safe stuff, but like that's fine. It would just mean I'd need to get it other ways. I use the same world gen settings that I generally do, which is normal world gen with more open caverns, basically, or normal advanced world gen defaults with slightly more open caverns. I change the world length so that it can go longer, increase the number of volcanoes slightly, and that's basically it, except this time I made it colder. That's about it, Shaco. And then I talked for like 35 minutes about my broken foot and the natural disasters that happened in my apartment. Also, there's a new video up as of this morning, so go watch that. Oh, it's all good. Technically, I'm a day and an hour late. Because video was supposed to release the day before yesterday, originally, and I was supposed to be back yesterday. So, I'm late, not you. That's on me. Also, YouTube's recommending the video a little bit, which is lovely. We're about to get hit by an ad break. But the thing I want to look at is I want to look at this. Yeah, see, it's just ice. Like, I do have flux, which is good. It's gold, silver, copper, and zinc. The reason that's an issue is like I said, I'm not certain I'd be able to get lava-safe materials. But I guess that would just make it more interesting, right? I really like the name of that dwarven faction, the Humid Volcano. You just had a Dell Dimension with AGP slot come in, and the Dell Trinitron monitor plus will work with Rage Pro video card on your desk, so that machine can play a copy of MechWarrior 2. Hell yeah! Oh yeah, no, I always reduce minerals, but I just reduce them to what sparse's equivalent is. Cathode ray tube. So it's not really reducing it, I just turn it to like the default DL. Hold on, since we're in the ad break, I will just update the goal command. when people ask what the fort is, you can now just type an exclamation point goal. MechWarrior 2 is still awesome. I maintain that MechWarrior Mercenaries screwed up very heavily. They had an opportunity to make MechWarrior 2 playable in MechWarrior Mercenaries or MechWarrior 5, and they didn't. And I hate them for it. They failed. No, I'm turning frozen water into unfrozen water. So I can make hard water blocks while I'm in the process. Fucking global politics have me saying hard water blocks. Although I guess we could say that we're trying to get rid of ice. Hoy. I'm not that married to this seed at all, Daniel To. I mean, like, it's either we do this map. Oh shit, since when do they say the number of friends that are close by? Have they always, okay, chat, fill me in here. Have they always said that? Because it says, like, hostile 8,000 goblins, humans 6,000, elves 10,000. I mean, I swear that it used to say that back when, but has it always said that? Or is that, like, as of the last 2 patches? When did they add that? Was that mentioned in a patch note that I missed? Or read and then immediately forgot about? Huh. Where's the tower down here? Oh, there's a tower in the middle of this. The name of this tower is Saint Jan. They're probably all zombies because it just says tower is the threat. It doesn't say if there's any humans. Oh, no, okay, there are some humans. Some dozens of humans. But it's mostly tower. You've never seen tower? Yeah. Well, what, like listed as an enemy threat specifically? Oh, interesting. This is an elf, like this. Elves are the nearest threat to here? Huh. It's because they're down here, right? So it doesn't actually know. Is this tower not populated, maybe? Or because it is a dwarven tower, it might be considered this faction? The Tender Wisdom. You don't actually need to make a physical bridge for Fortress mode, Twitch chat. Like, you can literally just embark covering both shores and retire the fortress, and it acts as a bridge. But unless you want to build a bridge for, you know, aesthetics or something. It's not new creatures, it's old creatures being fixed, right? Like giant turtles and toads, like those were in the game 1 trillion years ago and then just disappeared off into the ether and we forgot about them. But yeah, I'm aware of that. If you want to know the goal of a fort, just type an exclamation point goal. Palico. Assuming I've updated it, which I have. I did that like a couple minutes ago. So if you type an exclamation point goal, it'll tell you generally. Yeah, I think we're just going to run with this. What do you think is more interesting, chat? Joyous Wilds or Untamed Wilds? It's the same minerals and the same depth. There's a lot of things I wish Emperor Iron, and I find that if I just sit around and wish things worked the way I wanted them to work in Dwarf Fortress, I get sad and then don't want to play this game as much, so I try not to. Now the final question is, do we want to look at legends? Although I found a DF hack command, which is actually pretty neat, which is, because it doesn't actually crash the game, which is open legends. It's recommended that you do either a quick save or a hard save before you do this. You can open legends while in fort mode using this command. And then when you exit legends, it just crashes the game, which is kind of funny. I wonder what the crash log says when you do that, actually. It's because it's a biome shift, right? Like, this is mirthful, this is joyous. Like, this is a glacier and this is a glacier. This is a normal glacier, this is a good glacier. Where's a haunted glacier? I think there's one over here. Is there? Like, that's a sinister glacier, so although this isn't a glacier to a glacier, this is tundra to a glacier, but... yeah, it's because you need a biome change within the glacier itself. It needs to go from one type of glacier to a different one. Ooh. There's a destroyed dark fortress over here. What's populating this area? Dark human pits. Dark goblin fortress.
I'm liking the look of all these glaciers. Hope everyone is staying warm.
Fortresses. Ironically, I'm like, that's a really fucking steep ass mountain right there. That's a really fucking steep ass mountain. Yeah, that's a real steep ass mountain. I've had a hard time not being too warm, actually, Mice Nerd. Thank you very much for the 14 months. Because I've got a splint on my foot, which turns out pretty warm. My foot's like constantly sweating. That's not pleasant, but... yeah, I think we're gonna do it. Fucking send it. We are going to play... oh, okay. So now the final question. Do we want to play as the Dead Civ, the Mahogany Mine, or the Humid Volcano? I like the name, the Humid Volcano. It kind of checks out, like, the theme kind of fits the name, because the theme of the fort is turn the ocean into, or turn the glacier into an ocean. It says humid. The human volcano is after well, I've never been to Taco Bell. I assume that a human volcano is after somebody goes to a Taco Bell. Yes, humid. Yes. Hot Spring. Actually, can I name a fortress Hot Springs? I'm gonna have to check that. I'm going to have to check that. Now, I'm thinking we make this a bigger map, just because of how thin it is. Maybe not 6x6, maybe like a 5x5? You have selected a large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience lag. I wonder how many people actually read that. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. Now it will freeze instantly, which is actually significantly more dangerous. The wildlife might be very dangerous here. They won't be frozen because they won't enter the map, period, if there's a glacier or if the ice is frozen. I did a fort a while ago, which this one's kind of inspired by, YouTube chat, which was on an evil map, actually, with resurrecting shit. But it was called Waterlungs, and it was, I want to say, like 20% tundra. Like, it was a little bit of tundra, but mostly glacier. Either that or Arctic Ocean. I can't actually remember. But it was permafrost, like constantly frozen. And I tunneled all the way down to the magma sea and pumped lava to the surface and melted the entirety of the water on the surface. And the game ran at like 10 frames a second after I did that. But the benefit of doing that was it melted all of the ocean, and then giant crabs and giant little penguins, giant emperor penguins, and giant elephant seals, I want to say, which are like bigger than elephants, by the way, all appeared and started walking into the map from the edge of the map. We did one test Embark, and there was polar bear people. So, we'll see. So this is Joyous Wilds. And let's prepare for the journey carefully. What kind of dwarves are these? Zany, but frail and cheerless. Not easily depressed and distrustful. Got one who disdains tranquility, isn't dutiful, and values cunning. Values loyalty, disdains introspection, seeks harmony, and has a high kinetic sense. Yeah, polar bears in general are cool. Polar bears, yetis, all that kind of fun stuff. Fairies, probably, because it is Joyous Wilds. I guess we could try and cage trap fairies. I wonder, actually, do fairies have, do fairies have profile pictures now? Like, do they have an icon? Do they have an image associated with them? I don't actually know. MA764, hello. I was watching some Deep Space while on break, and I'm very amused by the slug portraits and such. We got Tobul. Orbs practiced. Cool. And we've got poor intuition, but private. We got a thrill seeker here. Ah, okay. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday. Often feels envious of others. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and has little interest in joking around, and lives a fast-paced life. Personally finds romance distasteful, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Well, give you 2 points in hammer derfing, 2 points in fighting. Probably just the only dwarf I'll give some combat skills to. Well, not pests. Vermin, I think is the word the game uses. Not all vermin, though, have, like, negative effects, right? Like, rats theoretically eat your food, but they eat so little of your food. What was the thing that I was like, all right, hot... I could absolutely name this fortress Hotsprings. All right, that's working title. The difficulty of the surface does not affect the underground. The underground is unique, right? So like, based on the way the surface layer works, I would say that the first cavern layer is kind of like a wilderness, the second cavern layer is kind of like a wilderness, and the third one is kind of like an Untamed Wilds. Hot Springs? I mean, I could call it Hot Fort. I mean, actually. Oh, dang it. Box isn't a word. Can't call it Hot Box. Cold Springs? Is it a leap year this year? How many days are in February? Nope, it's just 28. Hot coffee. I don't think dwarves have coffee. Unfortunately. According to YouTube, today's video has 10 more views than usual. Really knocking it out of the park here. Cold brew. Actually, I wonder. Yeah, I guess you could call a fortress cold brew. Yeah. I don't know. We'll think about that one. Let's just look at the dwarves for now. $2028 is the next leap year? Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously I wasn't born on a leap year, so it's not really like an active thing at the front of my mind. I feel like most of these dwarves, you know, we could go with engraving. I mean, the Steamy Halls of Ice sounds like the name of a group for sure. Or Fortress of Solitude. Ooh. Maybe Lands of Solitude? Let's go with an adequate engraver. And maybe, I don't know, maybe a point in butchery, and a point in planning, and a point in brewing. How many points do you have left? One? Let's go one more into engraving. Empathy. Sounds like a doctor, if you ask me, for empathy. Let's just go with diagnoser and surgeon, 2 points in each. But I'm also going to give you stone cutting. No, not carving. Stone cutting. And brewing. Maybe brewing. Let's also put the rest in stitches. To heck with setting bones, we don't need those. Let's go with some miners, because you're cheerful, not easily depressed, hates artwork, hates cooperating, good memory. You sound insufferable. Doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Mining. Mining. Do I want a woodcutter, though? Bones are for the weak? Tell that to my foot, man. Although, wouldn't that be more of a, like, intact bones are for the weak? This dwarf is interesting. Any dwarf with zany is always interesting to me. This miner, you've got a high kinesthetic sense, so I'm gonna give you some combat skills. Just gonna go with fighter and hammer dwarf. So I think we're gonna end up using hammers probably. And I'll give you, I don't know, point in brewing. You're musical and good with language. Udil, I think I'm gonna give you liar, intimidator, negotiator. Lower. Screw the liar. Let's actually. I almost never like start off with appraisal, but it's kind of nice to have. I'm not gonna lie. And you, cool. What are you good at? Good memory, hates artwork, hate that. Not easily depressed, cheerful. What's your goal in life? Masterwork doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Damn it. I think the term is Emperor and his 2000 was a leap year. Praiser and liar, naturally. Ooh. Look forward to learning about what their gods are, actually. Wait, holy shit, you're a young dwarf. They're all, wait. So normally they're like in their 50s and 60s. Like, you're 25, you're 19? 26? 51, 20? Yeah, these are all really young. Huh. Wow, okay. Well, you don't really care about artwork and whatnot, so I think I'm actually just going to give you planting skills. It's nice to have a skilled planter because they get better harvests. And also just 2 in carpentry. You're not dutiful but high stamina. Give you some furnace operating and some armor smithing. Mostly armor smithing. And you value harmony. Might just like waste this dwarf skills. I like to have like one like speaker kind of thing. Could also go with teacher. That'd be fun. Not swimmer. Oh, by the way, there is a chance that this place melts. I think it's pretty unlikely, but if it does, we all just die immediately. So let's hope it doesn't melt. That's your goal for the day, chat, is hope that it doesn't melt. If it melts, then, well, that'll be our life now. We actually give you some points in writing. I doubt I'm going to do any writing, but... All right, have we thought about the name at all, chat? What do you think? Give me your best suggestions. Remember, we are thawing out an ocean. You're hoping with all your heart that it just melts. I mean, hey. Are we doing pretty good? Manish. Has anyone figured out a good late game solution to siege tunnelers? I'll be honest, I still haven't done enough. Like, I don't have enough experience with sieges to have found any good solutions, but like, I feel like just having periodic like installments of siege weaponry within the fortress is pretty effective. At least it was for me when I last had a fortress with a bunch of sieges. Hot pot. Is pot a word? Could also call it hotspot. Hotspot. The Wi-Fi is great here, chat. We're all in on the 5G. Chill Forge. Ooh. Hot pot's pretty good, actually. Although hot pot will make me hungry. It's really cool. Let the bodies hit the flood. If it melts, it means you won. I mean, then I could fit a whole video into a short. You got a hot pot for Christmas? Sweet. Made anything good in it so far? A little jealous, not gonna lie. Are there mountains under the ice? No. No, it seems to be pretty, it's a pretty shallow map because it's like at sea level, right? It's like 60 layers deep total. Is there a decent hot pot place near your office? Sweet. Yeah, I'm trying. I want to go to a Korean barbecue place, which isn't quite a hot pot, but they got hot pan barbecue. Hot pan is different than a hot pot. I'm kind of like between hot pot and Hotsprings. Does your cat love you, or does your cat like acknowledge your existence so you provide it with more sustenance? I don't think sublimation is a sublimation is a word in Dwarf, so I don't think I can call it that. Alf, hello. It's good to see you. Yeah, I think like because okay, so in regards to stopping enemies from digging into the fort, YouTube chat, it seems like they can't get through stuff like water or lava, and like being able to completely seal off and flood the fortress with either lava or water certainly seems to be a solution. Lost towel an option? I don't think towel is a word. I could call it lost town or lost tower, but that is definitely... So I have a rule, personally. I don't name the fortress more than 2 words. The reason I have this rule is it doesn't fit in the UI and it drives me fucking bonkers. So, and also all of the other fortresses in the world only use 2 words to name their fortress. The group can be whatever number of words you want. So hang on to the ice break, the hot pot of springs, some otters, because that could be a group name, but... Steam Hill? Is that like Sam Hill? You know? That is pretty funny. It's also worth noting that you can also just straight up name a fort underpants. Actually, I wonder. Swim pants. The glacial grill. Ooh, delicious. Do they have BBQ? Actually, hold on. Okay, I can't name something tropic, because otherwise then I could name something tropic thunder. I mean, I could call it... No, I can't call it polar thunder. Polished water? I'm just gonna go with Hotsprings. Hot spring, because that's the goal. It's descriptive for me. I was kind of hoping to have like a funnier name, but I think Hot Spring will work. The cat would try to keep you on a regular sleep schedule by herding me to bed and would wait by the door to greet me when I got home, even if I was late, and would insist I just hold him while doing things around the house. Aww, that's lovely. When every now and again, like growing up, we had a cat named Papageno who ended up living for 23 years. So he only passed away a couple of years ago. And if we would leave, like go on vacation or something, and we didn't bring him, because sometimes we'd bring him with, and he would just like live in the camper and never really leave the camper. But if we weren't going on a trip with the camper and like had to take a plane or something, we'd leave him at home and our neighbor would take care of him. And when we'd come home, he would just like follow us around meowing for like a couple of days. It was like just meow, 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 just constantly until he lost his voice. And once he kind of lost his voice, and he was going, because he was just screaming at us the whole time. He's like, "Where'd you go, you fucks?" Actually, could I call it iceberg? No, berg doesn't seem to be a word. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't want to use the word ice. But now I'm kind of curious about... How's that for sandals? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Alf keeping that Prime sub alive for a 4th month? Welcome back, mate. I mean, I could call it... Actually. Is soggy a word? Soggy does not seem to be a word. Can't call it hard ocean. Actually, icy hot's pretty... Is icy a word? Aw, man. Can't call it icy hot. Sorry about that. I mean, it's already got the word moist in it once. Do I need 2 words of moist? It's me who came back? Well, I mean, you decided to hang on to that Prime sub and then click it when I came back, so back at ya. You know, Bert, I really like it when people in chat complain that there's a lot of words censored on Twitch, and it's like, you know, that's a setting that you yourself enable and disable. It's like, it's only you who can't see these. I can see all of the cursing and all of its vulgarity. Also, for those of you who missed it, you didn't peep the ending? Yeah. I'm just waiting for some ads to play through. For those of you who haven't seen it, I put out a new video this morning. On the Twitch chat, you can just type an ! video. In the YouTube chat, it's on the YouTube channel, so you know where to find it. It's an hour-long video about the smallest fort that I built. And I was kind of between 2 different titles and theming for that video. It was either like Dwarf Fortress, the 1-tile start, or like something to do with necromancy, but I decided to go with the one tile start because I did literally name the fortress Brain Rot, so I'm kind of like taking the piss to a degree. I can see your rancid bullshit cussing. Oh yeah, damn right. Ice burn? Ooh. Maybe, I wonder. Burned frost. Oh, I can't say thaw. How about the hollow glacier of moistness? Burned frost, the hollow glacier of moistness. I think that works. We can do that. So, the fortress is called Hotspring. And the group is called Burned Frost, the hollow glacier of moistness. And now we need a symbol. I think just like a... Actually, hold on. Is frozen an option? Oh, no, that's at the wrong screen. Let's say dwarf. Ow. I don't know, actually, if it's possible to do an ice cube. I could do a cubic cube, which is melting. But I think a cubic cube is like a cubic coal. You know? It's like as close as I think we're going to get here. Gonna be watching tomorrow while working. Cheers! I'm just going to be mentioning it periodically. A spherical sphere. Yeah, like a cubic cube. Like an icahedral icahedron. Is it possible to make, so I can't make that name, but what is possible is if in game, if you set a block of ice on fire, it just turns into water. So, oh, actually, hold up. YouTube just popped in with like a late breaking banger here. Ah. I can't say freezer because they said freezer burn. I was like, oh man, that's great. Sorry. Yeah, actually, I could do a wave. You are right. Let's just delete that wave real quick. Let's go wave, and then if I set the number that is actually behind me. Oopsies, not that. This. If I set this number down here to 0, and I add a wave, it says waves. So waves. Action, waves, cooking. Waves is cooking? Withering away, confused, dejected, offended, terrified. Melted. The waves are being melted. Is a tower an object, a shape? I know what I'm going to do here. The dwarf is raising the mountain. The dwarf is admiring the mountain. The mountain is striking a triumphant pose. I could choose mutilated, yes. I could say unnaturally contorted. There's one which is smeared out into a spiral, I think, which is a little further down. Yeah, smeared out into a spiral. I remember asking Zach and Tarn around release why that's there. And Tarn was like, we just kind of wrote those all in one day and never really thought about it again, so I don't actually know why. Yeah. The waves are burning. Let's do that. And this thing could just be called the... Ooh, I like the stockade. The stockade of friends? Oh. Frost. Frothing frost. Not friends. Frost. The waves are being mutilated? No. They're being thought out. You're doing an Eldritch Horror for? See Von Galactic for inspiration. I know he put out a video on made a giant butthole on the surface. I think it's supposed to be a gaping maw, but it kind of used a lot of fleshy colors. Is that 90% of those are just X is not feeling well? Oh, pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Von's a fucking memer. Although my meme folder has gotten pretty big, so I guess I'm one to talk. Remember, chat, the group here is called the Humid Volcano, so we are kind of... Can I say humidity? Humidity? How about the frost of humidity for our name? I mean, that's why I disappeared for a week, YouTube chat. I disappeared for a week so that I could cook up a new video. You like it? Most of the streams that Vaughn did when he was building that that Eldritch Horror fort was just arguing with his chat as to whether or not it was a butthole or an Eldritch Horror. I'm on the side of Eldritch Horror because you can be both. Also, sup, by the way. I just want to say hi to everybody, by the way, because I kind of turned the stream on today and then just ranted and raved about, like, my fucking wild-ass week. If you want to hear, like, a whack story that's, like, as exciting as most of my fortresses, just watch the VOD from today from the beginning. Because I'm actually kind of amazed that that video even released this week. It did. But I'm kind of amazed it did. It was supposed to come out Monday. I was on schedule to get it out Monday. Anyway. Afternoon, Doc. It's good to see you. Came with you, Christopher. I feel like I've just kind of ignored all of chat, but 8-Cup Buck and Pink Primeval, who my brain only just registered that you're different people because your names are the same length and you have the same badge and they're the same color. Great. So the fortress is Hotspring. The group name is Burned Frost, the hollow glacier of moistness, and our group faction is called the Humid Volcano. We have an image of waves, a mountain, and a dwarf. The waves are being mutilated. Not melted. I see the issue here. The waves are melting. Should I leave the mutilating in there? The dwarf is raising the mountain. The dwarf is admiring the mountain. The mountain is striking a triumphant pose. The waves are burning. The waves are melting. Yes, you guys are definitely twinning right about now. Pink Primeval. Same with you, 409. Hello. So should I leave the mutilated in there? Yeah, we'll leave it in there. We are the symbol is called the Frost of Humidity. I could also just call it the Humid Spring. Maybe that's too much humidity. All right, so...
Crypt beer.
Crypt beer. Thank you very much, the Bob, for the 25th month. My coffee is ice cold. I'm gonna go rinse up my mug. And then I'll figure out what we're bringing with. And if you guys have like restrictions you want to do, now's the time to voice it. Bring only livestock. No armor? Well, I mean, that's not an embark restriction. That's a, like, post-embark restriction. I mean, as an example here, I don't really need a step ladder. That's for sure. I can make wheelbarrows, that's fine. Don't need that. I mean, I'm going to be direct with you right now and say I'm not going to make this fortress unplayable, and I'm also going to do not do things that are unachievable. So things like not allowing pants is unachievable because then I would have to track every single pair of pants on the fort, and you also can't make dwarves unequip pants once they've equipped them. So no, I will not do that because it would just quite literally be tedium for the sake of it. I don't see that as particularly enjoyable. Bring wood and some pre-made furniture. I don't think I've ever brought furniture with me. Can you even do that? I realize that that's like an odd thought, but... You were talking armor? Once again, like that's out of the scope of the question that I asked. The question is, what am I bringing? Like, do I want to go with a pretty vanilla normal embark, or do I want to be a little bit annoying to myself? I'm not going to go with no picks because we will be dead before the first traders arrive if I go with no picks. Just straight up, we will be dead. So I don't really want the fortress to be unplayable in that sense. Bring 2 anvils. Might lose one in the sea. I was thinking about bringing no anvils. I said embark restrictions, but okay. I mean, we can talk about like in fort restrictions too. Like I'm okay with that. The question is, when you say armor, do you mean like armor in general, or do you mean specifically like metal armor? Because if you mean like leather armor too, that would be a challenge. That's for sure. Something I've done in the past but haven't done in a really long time is only artifact weapons, which is fun. Because the result often ends up being that you just have a bunch of dwarves with like shields and then like one dwarf with a spear. You literally can't do that. Bismuth. At least not in vanilla. I mean, actually, yeah, what are the animals that are available? I should look. Nothing out of the ordinary for animals. I mean, you could probably make that like that. I feel like it wouldn't be too difficult to mod. Take some camels. Why? For the irony? I could bring like a baby mule and be like, this mule is our child. We cannot kill the mule. I could do something like that. But then that would be kind of a bummer if it just dies immediately. Can't you just open a weaponsmith guild hall there first and have them chill there the entire time? Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do. Glad Dizzle. It is not possible to enforce a particular religion. I mean, you could expel anybody who isn't part of a religion, but you can't make people join religions. New Shaver in YouTube chat. Religions are something that are actually pretty new to the game in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, construction would be slow. I mean, that would be perfectly reasonable with, how do I put this? That would be perfectly reasonable in a fort where you're building with everywhere resources. Because then you'd just have, like, I don't know, fuckloads of lead or whatever. I almost always bring turkeys. I'm just kind of thinking, because, like, I'll be honest, I was very much planning on coming back from this break with just like a boom, this is what we're doing, chat. But then the world ended. So, or my world ended, not the rest. The rest of the world's fine as far as I know. Lock the dwarves to 1 skill each. I've already set up the dwarf skills. And that's like, I don't know. The dwarves starting skills are like irrelevant. Like, I could start with no skills on any dwarf and I'd be totally fine. Am I okay? Watch the beginning of the VOD. TLDR there was just nothing affected me directly, but I have a broken foot is the short version. And just like homeowner problems. Or living in a home problems, actually, more so than homeowner problems. Let's not harp on the negatives, Bonesaw, and move on. I'll give you the shortest possible version, because actually explaining what happened this past weekend took me, I shit you not, the first 30 minutes of the stream. I have a broken foot. Thing number 1. Thing number 2, there was a leak that took way too long to find on the second to bottom floor. And because I'm a person who volunteers to assist with logistics in my building, because I like knowing what's happening in the building I live in, I had to do a lot of coordinating and assisting with letting plumbers and restoration people into the building, and it took way too long to find it, and it shorted out the fire alarm at one point. So quite literally on Sunday, the world ended in this building. We were at like maximum capacity between Sunday and Monday on the number of people that we had in the building. So yes, that yeah. So I'm still like recovering mentally. I am planning on making a blog post just like highlighting everything. Okay, so I'm thinking no axes because there's no wood anyway until we get down to the caverns. Well, I haven't... Oh, I read that as tomato. I was going to say I haven't found God in a tomato recently, but am I from Toronto? Fuck no. Do I look like a Maple Leafs fan to you? No, I live in BC. But, as a born and raised Vancouverite, I'm a little bit offended. I'm from Toronto, I'm not going to lie. On the positive, your new video is amazing. Yay! I'm sorry that it's 3 days late, or 3 days later than I wanted it to be. But I could do no plants or seeds. It's a pretty standard start. Mostly just a dirty airport. Nikpa. Although I haven't been there in a couple of years, so I shouldn't judge. I mean, I can detect a Toronto accent. like pretty quickly actually, but not really. They don't really have a look. It's just a big city in Canada, so like if somebody's from Canada and you're guessing what city they're from, it's like one of 5, you know? It's like guessing if somebody from the US is from like LA and being accurate, or like the LA area. It's like, well, there's 30 million people there, so like your odds are pretty good of being right. I'm kind of leaning on not doing no food. I'm not gonna bring these because I don't need those. Meh, fuck ropes. I'll make my own ropes. I'm not gonna bring any cloth. I could just bring no seeds. Food would actually be like really tough. I'm just gonna bring 1 bucket. Maybe not really tough, but could potentially be really tough. You kind of just watch your nuggets die. Are we calling dwarves nuggets now? I mean, okay, so like Canada doesn't have like 15-foot long or 15-foot distance like rivalries that I'm aware of. I'm sure there is, but starting with no food is actually is either like a complete non-issue or like an extreme problem. Because like if you're on a surface fort with like stuff growing, you can just harvest food from the surface, no issue. If you're in a area with no food on the surface, then you can just butcher your starting animals, no issue, because you'll start with at least 2 animals. However, we're on a glacier, which is going to be kind of unpredictable. So, like, it's actually a little bit more of an issue. Been wanting to escape to Canada from the US for years, so you've been learning French to help your chances. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of Quebecois French lessons in particular, so you've been watching a lot of Quebecois Twitch streams. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't speak a word of French. Especially if, like, you're trying to move to, like, Quebec, yeah, you need to be able to speak French, because you need to be able to speak French to, like any, like, administrative government thing that you have to do to live in Quebec is all done in French. So, like, if you need to get a driver's license renewed or something, or, like, go to a doctor, that's all done in French, which is kind of shitty if you're from the rest of Canada and traveling, or like trying to move around Canada. And because I don't know, I always joke to people that it would make more sense for me to learn Japanese or like Spanish, because like Mexico's closer than Quebec City. Bring lamb chops. I could bring sheep. I could raise a herd of sheep. Platinum flasks. I always love like the really random stuff that you could theoretically bring, but like why the fuck would you? Every country has its problems, Halbangobbies. I happen to really like where I live though. I mean, it doesn't really matter if they're easy to maintain right now. I'm just trying to think of what would be interesting. I'm also trying to think of what I started with last fort. It was so long ago. It's like a month plus ago. Like the classic like OP animal to bring with are turkeys, because they provide a decent amount of meat, they provide eggs, and they provide a decent amount of leather. So those are like the classic kind of OP one. You know what'd be fun? Could do no plant cloth. Could do that. Could be a fun little thingy, or at the very least little thingy to aim for, so I could bring some alpacas. Alpacas kind of fit in this area. Oopsies. It's a baby alpaca. I didn't actually want that. Let's bring 3 and 3. We need geese? Why do we need geese? Is chat just listening to the band geese or something? So maybe you're biased? I mean, like, if you live somewhere, it's very easy to pick out the problems with it. No matter where you live. Because you are acutely aware of it. Meanwhile, German in chat. Germany is perfect. As a German, I am absolutely unbiased and can be trusted with this assessment. My Oma was from Germany, and I have a lot of German heritage in my family, so I have never been to Germany, so I guess I must agree with you. We need geese for their lofty feathers. Okay, fine, we'll bring geese for the memes. That brings us down to 4 points. 4 whole pointerinos. Yeah, indeed. Hoblin. You have a problem with Germany? Mm-hmm. It's okay. More for me. Bonesaw. Can you bring penguins? This faction does not have tame penguins. It would be fun, though. What do I spend these 4 points on? Something that costs 2. I could just get rid of those splints. Although there is a non-zero chance we'll need them right away. Toys? Are there toys that cost 2? Yes. Just like real life. Toys fucking expensive, man. Okay, I think the cheapest toys are 10. Yeah. I could bring 2 bolts. I could bring an additional plump helmet. Let's do that. Where's the stick option? Stick it up. Yeah! Yes, Pink Prime. New fort. I like how YouTube chat says, 2 more rum, and I'm like, another plump helmet. Actually, hold up. There's no such thing as unexpected Fred Durst. There's just Fred Durst. You know, I fucking hate KVs. I really, really, really hate KVs. So chat, what's the lifespan of a KV? I hate KVs in Dwarf Fortress. In real life, they're lovely. I hate them in Dwarf Fortress because they provide nothing of value whatsoever. They literally do nothing. Okay, so here's what we could do. I could bring a baby KV, and I could set it so that I have to melt the ocean before the KV dies. I am well aware that some dwarves like to keep them as pets. I want to fire those dwarves into the sun. How's that for a challenge? So the goal of the fort is to turn the ocean, or the glacier, into an ocean. And I have to do that before the KV dies. They're going to get sunsick. They'll also turn into charcoal, so it'll be fine. Dwarf orbital cannon. Someone I know tried that once. Hobgoblin, he basically made like a minecart system that was designed to launch dwarves. And wanted to see if he could get a dwarf going fast enough that it would actually like leave the map. And what ended up happening was the combat log was saying that the dwarf was colliding with themselves. It's like the dwarf collides with themselves. Basically, it was like name of dwarf collides with name of dwarf. The body part explodes. Basically, so we go and turn into a pancake on the wall of the edge of the map. Reminds you of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I used to stream that. Long time ago. Name the cavie the bomb. Self-destruct sequence. Bring a singular male cavie and I'll geld it. So, place your bets, chat. If I click Embark, is the cavie going to immediately die? Because I think that there's a non-zero chance of this. I'm also going to update the fortress goal. It's like, I'm not a speedrunner, but can I melt an ocean? Okay. Exclamation point goal has been updated. Need giant cavies? There's a mod for that. I'm like 99% certain. There is giant chinchillas. Save profile? I mean, sure. It won't save everything, but... Save. All right. If I can send it. I'm already hearing combat. What's wrong with this picture, chat? You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Kareth Studir. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. There are polar bear men right there. Provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve, secure lodging. Ere the giant polar bears get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Hotspring. Strike the earth. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them. Well, hope is not lost. Hey, Donovan Stroll, it's good to see you. What else do we have? So there's a normal polar bear up in the top of the map. I'm gonna zoom in a wee bit and not touch anything. What I will do is I will enable this and this. Can they become friendly? So, no. They have to independently join a different faction or group, and then that group needs to arrive in your fortress as a visitor, and then they're friendly. Otherwise, no. I don't have a manager. So I guess I would have to assign a manager. Actually, one of the 2 things I use DF Hack for generally. Hi, tutorials. I don't know. Pick one. No, they didn't. That's on them. If they die, they die. It's not up to me. Dominok redeemed it. Also, we did get the camels. Yeah, or camel. Udil? Expedition leader? Look at you needy son of a bitch. I want to be the guy in charge! I don't blame you. I mean, actually, I wouldn't want to be a manager in a Dwarven fortress. Trying to think of like a symbol or something I could type in on the keyboard. Maybe just like asterisk means starting 7. just so I can search for them. Because if I go to here and type in... Yes. Alright, so Dominoc feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, is very greedy, and isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to consider what others think of him and lives a fast-paced life. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. I'm actually getting a lot of glare on my monitor. I'm just gonna go close the blind. I mean, it's a whole lot of hump. You know what I'm saying? Wait. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and rarely feels discouraged. He can sometimes act without deliberation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather. If we die, chat, do I reload? I think we reload at least once. But that's just me. That dwarf has such a funny looking forehead. It's like the suspect eyes. Because we got these right next door. Alright, let's see what our gods are. We've got Lock. Look, the learned insights. The deity of scholarship and wisdom. Whoa. We've got a god named of the seasons. We got a god of fortresses and suicide. Seems apt. A god of jewels. A god of earth, volcanoes, mountains, and caverns. Very dwarfy. A god of wealth and trade. And a god of death and murder. Os the crypts of hell? Huh. The faith of death. I thought I just did the necromancer evil fort. Make the camel the militia commander, if only. I mean, I could name the camel, militia commander, who, is a nervous wreck, is completely, convinced of her own worthlessness, and is sometimes cruel. She is, honestly, that sounds like a camel. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things, which doesn't fit with the other two, and is often cheerful and often feels envious of others, could be considered rude, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She prefers to present herself modestly and isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to not reveal personal information. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And time bomb. There you go. That's the KV pup. And I will go into here and I will make the KV pup available as a pet. So let's see what happens. Actually, I really hope. And also, let's do this. Let's try and keep the dwarves out of here. Because maybe they'll stay away from it. And I'm also going to plop down a meeting area and a pen pasture and assign the KV to the pen pasture. All right, chat. I haven't said this in like 2 weeks. I need a round of beers for good luck. All right, so we are definitely getting attacked by some of them. Let's see who wins. Polar bearman or alpaca and geese? Thankfully, Dominoc did pick up his squad weapon, a pickaxe. Not that that's actually a squad weapon. So this is causing the dwarves to back up. The real question is, do I just throw them all into the military? Because if they throw them into the military, these ones which aren't actually aggroing us right now will... Actually, are they fighting? I don't actually think they're fighting at the moment. They seem to just be walking kind of through. Huh! I mean, I wasn't scared. I mean, honestly, I don't think they are stealing. I think they're just doing their pattern. I mean, they're not gnomes. Oh, this one did. Took 5 plump helmets. Honestly, I will take that toll. Like, they are more than welcome to take my lunch. Totally fine. I know bears, normal bears steal drinks. And sometimes they'll steal stuff, but, like, gnomes will just drink all of your alcohol instantly. Are they friends? No. Tentative enemies. Oh, wow, okay. So I made it through the glacier. Let's let him dig a little bit further. Let's go get the... Let's expand the size of this and just pen all of the animals in here. Just so that I can keep track of them. I have a yak? I had no idea. I figured that would happen. All right. I did bring 1 extra plump helmet. Let's see what we found. Oh, look. It's home. Got shale. Now the question is, where's this aquifer? There's cave spiders. Any giant cave spiders or cave spiders? Got lots of shale. No animals sighted just yet. Just looking to see where I can dig down easily. It's basically like right here. Most of the dwarves are herding the animals back up and in. How do you propagate plant seeds? You brew them into alcohol or process them if they're not alcohol brewable. Cooking destroys seeds. Okay, bears are back. The dwarf. What are they stealing now? More plump helmets. Okay. All aboard the plump helmet toll. Just want them to dig this out. And that out. Is that a 3x3 pillar of candy? No, it's just some gems. I like that they're just doing laps and fucking oh, we got a cave crocodile. Ain't that fun? Crocky the dial. It's kind of cute, honestly. The bears get drunk? No. They're taking it home to their stills. Oh shit! I haven't seen any of these yet. A tiny reptile running on 2 legs. Have we? Yeah, we haven't been able to see the descriptions of rhino lizards at all outside of ASCII with the keyboard turned on, which is cool. That's neat. What are they running away from now? Oh, an actual bear. Great. And I was expecting it to guzzle all my alcohol because they do that. Oh, here they come again. What are you taking this time? More plump helmets. All right. I'm just going to go down here, and I'm going to do two things. Food. I'm going to assign an additional miner. Wait, no, I already did that. And I'm actually going to set this as priority number 1. And I'm just going to place my anvil there. Oh, God. They really do. I mean, maybe I should just make like a plump helmet offering for them. I'm also going to drop back down into here, and I'm going to place a new pen pasture, and I'm going to pen pasture everything down here. I'm going to jump up to here and actually just wait. More plump helmets have been stolen. And I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to go brain shut off. Metalsmith's Forge. I'm doing that just to get the anvil inside so that they don't run off with it. Because those are my mission critical tools. I like to think the bears are just standing at a distance in a blizzard and screaming, mushroom! Well, I mean, they can smell them. Now they're continuing to steal my food. Oh, now they're taking my ale. A polar bear woman has guzzled some dwarven ale. You know, I'm actually in shock that they haven't just straight up attacked us. Like, I am in shock that they haven't done that. I don't know about you guys, but holy shit. When the food runs out, they probably will. Oh, for sure, yeah. I'm just gonna go here, and I'm gonna make a mason shop. Actually, let's just do priority 2. I'm gonna make a hatch cover, and I'm gonna lock this place. This will all speed up once all the animals are underground. In your last early game. The thing about troglodytes is, from what I can tell, all they really want is they just want to get to the surface. So if you give them a route to the surface, they will often just like run to the surface. I made that meeting zone there, so anybody extra will just go pile in there. Whatever material, that actually doesn't matter. That seems to be closer. And because I already have a manager assigned, I'm just going to go hatch rock, hatch cover. Let's just say 1. Go underground, you sillies. There they go. Okay. Nobody move. That went 1,000% better than I was expecting. Like, this guy's scary, but man. Can you war train polar bears? Actually, for some reason, don't know this off the top of my head. I feel like I should. I've got an ad break that's about to run. I'm going to quickly run a quick save and go use the washroom. I will be back momentarily. two challenges with this splint on my foot. Challenge number 1 is walking at a speed and weight where I don't make a loud-ass thunking sound every time I take a step. All right, time bomb's down here, so we are good. Wait, more migrants? Is it a Masterwork splint? So when I bought it from the pharmacy, because it's not covered. When I was buying it, the pharmacist was immediately just like, so here's the point of failure where it breaks. He says as he like adjusts it slightly. Here's the point of failure where it breaks. Like if you take it off too quickly, like it'll rip a Velcro off and then won't function anymore. So I was very happy that he told me that like immediately. So I guess not. I would say normal, maybe not Masterwork. All right, so you should just make a hatch cover, but I'm just gonna queue one up. And they're digging this out. So I'm just gonna start a almost everything stockpile. Say everything but, I'll leave wood there actually. Everything but stone. And food, because we already have one. I'll just expand that as things go. Oh. Big ol' critter coming back. Is anybody making that hatch cover? Yep. I didn't get any stitches in my foot. Haven't had any surgeries. Because, like, it's 5 fractures. There's no actual, like, separated bones. So. But we'll see. The commands only work in the Twitch chat. Slyfox. Apologies. I don't have a bot running in the YouTube chat. But TLDR, I have to melt this glacier before the KV dies. Spiral fracture? I don't know about no spirals, but it is a fracture. I guess we ran out of space. Can deconstruct this? Chat, actually, deconstruct wagon or keep wagon? Basically, do I get free wood from it? Sometimes it's nice to have the aesthetics of the wagon, but... Deconstruct it is what I'm seeing. I like the good biome sounds suddenly cuts into the underground sounds. Comes back to the above ground sounds. I don't know if you guys hear these. Four to 8 years, yep. You always leave the wagon. It is 3 free pieces of wood, so that's actually like pretty substantial for this map, but... Alright, so for the minute, I'm gonna block this in. So, no, that's not what happened. No, I dropped the bicycle on my foot. I think the wording they were using was impact trauma. But I have a vertical bike stand that holds a bike vertical like this with the handlebars up at the top. And I bumped into it and it went thunk like this. And the handlebar with the brake facing down landed directly on the top of my bare foot. I now like stack it facing the wall, so if it's gonna fall, it's just gonna hit the wall. That's what happened. Actually, it was kind of funny. I was talking to one of my neighbors who was in a similar situation with a broken foot earlier in the year and a broken arm. She got hit by a car. But she was just like, yeah, no, I got hit by a car earlier this year, and I was in one of those as well. I'm like, well, at least you have a cool sounding injury. I dropped a bike on my foot. Like, mine's the sort of injury that it, like, once it's healed, I will laugh about it. Actually, I kind of already am, because it is really funny. Especially because it's the bike that I don't ride very often. So, like, me and somebody that I know already have, like, a running joke that, like, oh, that's the rejected bike, and it's jealous. It's trying to kill you. It feels left out. You need to include it more. Greg's place is now steel tone. Yeah. I also get trouble when I see the impact font. Yeah. Sorry about the amount of impact font in my videos, but I digress. Okay, so fun fact, we did a test Embark before, so I was expecting the polar bear people. But in the test Embark, they immediately started fighting and beating each other to death. I don't know why they didn't this time. No, until then, it's a hobbling joke, right? Or a stumbling joke. The game also claimed that there's an aquifer, which I haven't seen yet. That's water. So good news is we do have access to water. Now, we know that there is cave crocodiles. So what I should do here, let's just say rock door. I'm also going to say rock mechanisms. I'm going to make those out of dolomite. Let's make 5. I don't actually, or 4. Let's do 6. I don't actually have a mechanics workshop yet, so let's queue that up. My kind of idea here is I'm just going to make a bunch of bricks. And then I'm going to do 2 things. How tall is this cave? This area is pretty shallow right here. So I could dig into this area and just like cordon it off and just have access to this. But is there any other areas that are larger? Actually, I should get a peek. That's probably what I should do. Just gonna dig over to there. Once they do that, we're going to look at what's going on the other side of that wall. Get an idea of the space that we're in. Did you ever find the aquifer on Wavepool? No, actually, now that you mention it. Also gonna dig out these and fill them in with blocks. Okay, so you're making blocks over here after you make them doors. Let's keep those blocks. Honestly, let's just say make 10. We don't need much. Start hollowing this all out. Gonna need the space. This will get done on high priority, and then do this. It's snowing where you're at. Make it stop. It's actually sunny. It's been like just, I don't know, 8 degrees and pelting rain for the past 5 days or so. But it's like clear and sunny and dry outside, and it's supposed to be clear and sunny for the next like 2-3 weeks. Like the extended forecast is just pretty nice, actually. Looking for areas that are like 1 or 2 levels high that are also pretty large. I kind of like this area, because I could wall this off, even though it's 3 high. But I could wall all of this off. wall all of this off, wall all of this off. And then down here, it's just across there, and across here, and there. It's kind of a lot, but I do kind of, once we get the first level in, we'll be okay. Let's actually increase this up to
Good day,
20.
good day.
Radis, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back, man. How you been? It's good to be back, frankly. Cavern towns are your favorite? I mean, the goal of this fortress is to turn this, which is a glacier, into an ocean. So, and I have a time limit. The time limit's pretty simple. I have to complete turning this into an ocean before this cavey dies. So before this little guy dies, I have to turn this into an ocean. Oh, that's scary. So you've been stressed, but they're all good? That's good. Chilling back home in the city. I assume, like, forest fires? It's usually my assumption when people say that there's fires. These will eventually probably become battlements, but for right now, we'll just dig apart the dig apart the caverns like this. All right, miners, I need you to actually dig. Let the other dwarves do the other things. Setting the corners to lower priorities so that one dwarf digs in one area and one dwarf digs in the opposite area. And then this. How do I want to fix this? Never know how I want to fix these. But there's a hole here going down. So now there is going to be a ramp there. Although there's nobody actually here right now, but they'll probably need to access it. So I can deconstruct you. Actually, I should just channel you out. Would actually be the easier way to do this. Would help if I unpause the game. I won't notice things any faster if you put the letter Q in front of things, Nickpaw. Just at me if you want me to answer a question. Like if you're looking for me to answer a question specifically. If you want chat to answer it, then you can ask anybody. Is it easier to build a simple room with a ceiling instead of ceiling in the cavern? Well, there's less threats in a room. Or are you talking about on the surface? I'm not positive the surface isn't going to turn into water. So, yeah. That is like a potential issue on paper. So, what in the shit? We got a duder up here. Hello, you. Who is you? Human boomin'. Welcome, I guess. Oh, I guess I don't have any open space. Let's make an inn tavern. So there was a thing in the last, the Pumpkin of Whips. We'll think up a better name for that later. There was a patch note that came out recently, and I want to ask you guys a question, because I'm not entirely certain what it means, but I have a guess, which is, let me reread it, actually, specifically. It was... Where's illegal were creatures? I'm looking for the one about illegal were creatures. Also, coral is a material now, which is interesting. Or, rather, fixed incorrect naming for it now, but it's now a material. Or is it up here, actually? Cancel jobs after drinking. Cave lobsters, random creatures. Greetings, display themselves. Being... Is it further down? No, it's not the Naked Dwarves fix. That one's Minor. No, there's one about illegal were creatures. But are illegal were creatures like characters that show up for a tavern? Because if they've fixed illegal were creatures, I might permit visitors. Yeah. Stop illegal werebeasts. I'm looking for the patch note, but I can't, I'm just not seeing it. Can I control F on Steam? Probably can. Yeah, it must be in a different one. Anyway, that patch specifically, 12th from the bottom. Stop the few illegal werebeast types from being created. I think that specifically might include werebeasts randomly showing up as visitors in your tavern, because they're not supposed to do that. So I think I might actually have a public tavern in this fort. I think I might. I don't know what you're trying to ask, Georgie Pie. Oh, I see. License is what you're trying to say. Got a license to be a were creature? Yeah. Are you licensed to where? No, I'm only licensed to there. What the heck? Oh, I see. Clicking the button was scrolling me down a layer. All right, well. Let's get this done. This is priority number 1. Won't you still have the thieves problem? Oh, probably. But that's not an issue early on. I'm only really worrying about that. I will only really worry about that early in a fort. Or not, I don't have to worry about that early in a fort because there's nothing to steal at this point. Sure, why not? Let's let a human join Hotspring for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Which is amusing because he has no kills. So, what are your skills even? I know that you're like a bowman, but okay, you're actually pretty good. You have no arrows. So good luck with that. You're an adequate bowyer? Legendary tracker. Of course, because you're an adventurer, right? Well, Brain Fist, hello. Meowdy. How's thingsies? What, the human running on pure willpower? Very likely, yeah. What's on the map at the moment? A Yeti! Are we there, Yeti? I love seeing Yetis. I also really, really like that sprite. Once again. God damn. I did such a good job on those. Must be the legendary tracker you found your fort in the middle of a frozen ocean. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, that's the first skill that any adventurer, like, gets, because you're constantly tracking everything, regardless of if you have the tracking overlay on. So dwarves are always constantly tracking things. Just follow the dwarf who's constructing stuff. I just want to state that name something is definitely available if anybody wants to name something. I feel like I've had to remind people recently because people haven't been doing it. To be a little smart, I think you can talk to them in adventure mode. Although, like, is intelligent is something that you could, like, if you want to mod, like, creatures to be intelligent creatures, it's literally, like, a tag you need to add to a text file. You want to be the human, Darius? Okay. You're 83 years old, so you might die of old age at any moment. Is that okay? Like, you've decided that in your old age and retirement, because presumably your spouse has died or you got divorced because you don't have a spouse, but you do have a child, you've decided that you're going to be a, you know, You're a member of the Fortunate Confederacy. You're also a former member of the Early Group. You're a former member of a lot of things. It's actually not that rare. It kind of happens a lot. I think most people just don't notice it, right? He's never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's very quick to anger and has a sense of duty. He's given to flights of fancy, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to avoid crowds and doesn't often feel envious of others. He becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he laughs loudly when he's excited. He dreams of ruling the world. Fan of Tears for Fears, I see. He likes limestone and iron, as well as a varicite and giant kingsnake tooth, linen fabric, and the color river blue, moons and giant brown recluse spiders for their venomous bite, and the sound of the lavender canyon, and when possibly prefers to consume gorilla and cabbages. Gorilla cabbages are not a thing. And carrot wine, as well as barley flour and finger limes, and absolutely hates snails. His hair is extremely long, and he isn't tall, but has incredible muscles. His pale brown skin is extremely wrinkled, and his head is somewhat tall. He's got a pretty big family, and worships the god Doto, which is almost blessing the rains of down in Africa. Who is Dodo? He's extinct, probably. The god of mist. Ah. Feel like you've been getting way more old dwarves. I feel like I've just been getting a bigger variety of ages. Like, this dwarf is one of my starting 7. And my expedition leader. He's fucking 19. Like, this dwarf is a child. Practically. I mean, he's a teenager, but... I'm just gonna make a craft store shop and just make some mugs. Rock mug. Oh, shit! This is new. Make 3 rock mugs. Hold on. A pair of socks? My god! Okay, blocks still just says blocks plural. That's cool. I used to always blow people's mind when I was like, by the way, when you make a mug, you actually make 3. Well, there goes another fun factoid
Crypt
for me.
Wambler AAAAND, another one.
What about gloves? I would assume it would make a pair, right? Yeah. Yeah, gauntlets too. Shoes. Well, thankfully, dwarves can drink at the age of 0 sigil, so I think we're fine. Also, Serena G in YouTube chat wants to wish everybody a good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Raging Cave, thanks for the 34th month chat. Can I get a round of beers for Raging Cave? By the way, if you haven't yet, I uploaded a video this morning. If you've watched it, or if you haven't watched it, when you do watch it, or if you've already watched it and you haven't yet, please leave a comment on it and maybe a like. I'm actually kind of curious about how it's doing. I haven't looked at its stats in a while. I try very hard to like not just stare at the view counts of videos I upload when I upload them, because it stresses me out. All right, it's doing all right. Nothing crazy, but it's doing pretty good. Thumbs up. Of artifact boots and gloves? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's also a bard. What do you think, chat? 160... No. No. What do you think? Where are you from? They're part of my faction. The Lone Creed of Shadow is which god? Oh, you worship all of them. Got it. $161. Free book and instrument? Yeah, you know, actually, hold on. What's the book? Is it a good book? Well, it's amateurish. The written portion consists of a 93-page guide entitled Beyond Raced Skirt by Mistum. By them. They wrote it themselves. It concerns the forest retreat of Raced Skirt. It is as vicious as it can be. Is this just like, you know, like the roast me subreddits and whatnot? Is this just like a roast and elven? It's a Yelp review. It's a not actually, you know, honestly, it is a Yelp. It is a Yelp review. Yeah. They don't show up in work orders? Yeah, they do. Type in rock mugs. I literally just set up a work order for mugs. Sigil. So I don't know what problem you're talking about. Did you typo it? I mean, if you go here and you type in mug, 3 rock mugs, rock mug, rock'em sock'em mugs, they show up. So I have no idea what you're on about. Where sprites in the menus are naked, update your game because that was fixed a few days ago. 2 days ago? Yeah, screw it. We'll let this dwarf in. I'll take your... I mean, you're clearly lost. Yeah, there was a hot fix a few days ago that fixed that. I miss when anybody who wasn't from your fortress, they would just get defaulted to the dragon sprite for their picture and their relatives' pictures if they left the map. So basically, like, if you had a human like this, right? All of these would just all be dragons. Which, very funny to me. It's like, why is your family all dragonkin? It's like, well, they're not. Oh, overwhelmed by terror. What's in the V? Oh, it's Yeti. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to... I want to keep the dwarves underground because I just want to avoid any injuries. So I'm just going to leave this locked and just put a meetings on right there, and I'll check in a minute. And if they pop up there, then I will let them in. Otherwise, meh. Which command are you looking for? Goal, probably? I think actually just exclamation point fort will do it too. Okay, so I've got the mechanisms made. Let's start digging. I do in fact have a KV named Time Bomb, who is not hungry yet, but that's forcing me into the caverns like immediately so that I can give it a grazing field. And that means I have 4 to 8 years. But yeah, goal or fort is the command. Here's another thing I will do. For the YouTube folks, I'm gonna throw the goal of the fortress into the YouTube stream description. Give me a second here. The menu's loading. Because I forgot that I do that. Can also get rid of this. Okay. Should be updated now. Sprite is so cute. It kind of is. I really like the Yeti sprite. He looks like a big old grump. He certainly looks like he's gonna give me snow cones. Although I will say, up here he have beer gut. Down here he have no beer gut. Or she have beer gut and then no beer gut. So maybe she need beer gut. That's all I'm saying. We've also got polar bears and polar bear people. Seems like we've also found ourselves a troglodyte, so that's cool. Let's let you in. There's only one place to go. Come on. There you go. You figured it out, genius. Getting slow in your old age. All right. Because if it didn't have a high cooldown, there would be literally nothing to name. And none of the named dwarves would ever be in the chat. Has a little bit of a cooldown because it can either be super expensive or have a cooldown. It's only 25 minutes. Like, it's not that long. It used to be 45. I've made it long. I've made it longer in the past. But that is kind of intentional. And also, because I read the descriptions, I would just be reading descriptions the entire time. I used to have no cooldown on it back in the day, but it's been a while since those days. Yeah, also, yeah, people who give me more money can just dwarf themselves. Let's go one inside. And I will queue up some cage traps, but I don't actually have cages to put in them at the moment. I've actually got two things I want to do here. Let's do that. And then I will put a bridge up here. You're watching me to get knowledge? This is actually a pretty normal embark for me too, Elias. If you want more as well, if you go to my YouTube channel at Blind Extras, all of my forts are there, so you can see all kinds of weird-ass starts. Of course, it's just uncut VODs, but, you know. I'm just going to forbid these. Just doing it so that they're there when I need them. Am I gunning down to the magma sea? Well, this fort isn't super deep. I don't have access to iron, so my actual, like, lava-safe options are pretty minimal. So there is that. I do have dolomite, which is lava-safe, thankfully. But for the moment, I haven't found any lava-safe materials. So yes, we will be gunning down to the magma sea, even though it's really shallow. This map goes down to -15 and goes up to 56. So it's pretty shallow. But, like, I quite literally have no lava-safe things that I can make into tubes just yet. My livestock's starting to get thirsty or hungry. So we got to get them in here, like stat. Poor little bat. Died too young. How many blocks am I sitting on? 79, that's a good number. So we're gonna go across. We're just gonna try and get one level done, like, as quick as possible. Yeah, let's just try and do that. Let's just get one level done. Yeah, I can go around it. We'll have to chop that down, but... We still making blocks? Yep, we are. All right, dwarves, get to it. Did I? Now I'm going back and checking. Oh. Although, I don't think it's going to melt until I do something and force it to melt. But I'm not very much expecting it to melt, I'll put it that way. Tons of spiders. What other animals do we have, if anything? Just the one dwarf. There you go, Monster Hunter. Good luck, Darius, on your quest. It's really fun getting Monster Hunters that don't have any ammo. Chat, do you guys have a preferred type of biome? Everybody always asks me that. Like, when you start in Dwarf Fortress, what to you is the canonical fort that you like to do? I think for me, it's like the kind of river in the middle, like mountain on kind of one side, in a bit of a valley with trees everywhere is kind of my, like, default. When I imagine Dwarf Fortress, that's what I think of. And the river has to be kind of zigzaggy. You like mountains? The very vertical, sheer cliffs are also up there. I don't have an axe. Can't actually chop down trees. I didn't bring an axe. Have I found any metal? No. I haven't. Interesting. You like tundras? Because I really like tundras as well. Tundras are certainly up there. I really like a cold map, even though I haven't done many. I've done a lot of pretty hot maps recently. But like, I really like a cold map that has like noticeable seasons. Like, I like it when it snows in the winter, fall happens, the leaves fall off the trees, all that. So because troglodytes just want to get to the surface, me locking the front door like this might actually completely negate the threat of troglodytes. Might. It's not guaranteed. Might. Because odds are not zero that they just won't even try to get to where I'm at because they don't have a way to get to the surface right now. Just, little pro tip if you were unaware. Like a cozy little outpost in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. It gives you like the vibes of that kind of fort. Also, I'm gonna move all of my grazers into here now that stuff's starting to get built. Some ads are about to pop, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Untamed Wild Swamps are kind of cool. Yeah, swamps are one of those maps that I just saw a. Click on you, the cave swallow. Oh, those look pretty. This part works so good. Swamps are one of the map types that I really hope get a rework at some point this year, because I know Tarn wants to return to some of the map generation. I don't know how much of that's going to be world gen and how much of that's going to be like a mix of world gen and just like individual maps being more varied, but I really would like to see swamps get a bit of a have some additions made to them, because swamps are like one of the more whelming varieties. Like they're just normal grassy forests. Let's pause. I will say, in all my years of playing Dwarf Fortress Claddy Dizzle, I have never once seen a strangler. I'm all right. Rudu, it's good to see you. New video went up this morning. You should watch it. Congrats on the new video. And on cleaning hell. You've never managed that? Yeah. I've done it a couple times recently, actually. You like them for the SFX ambience? I really like the Sinister maps today, because they're just like very normal, like calm maps, except like the map screams at you. It's like, ah! Except nothing abnormal happens. Sinister maps are kind of funny. I think that swamps need a different color palette of grass. And maybe like denser foliage. Ravenous. I always do, yeah. Wagner. If so, what are your parameters? I couldn't tell you what the exact parameters is. I think it's like 50% openness that I leave it at. Or like density rather, so like I just make them more likely to be open and I increase the possible openness. But yeah, I almost always do that. I could not tell you what my parameters are because I don't have them written down. I just kind of look at them briefly and go, yeah, that's fine. Just kind of vibes it together. But I'll bet you swamps are more interesting now that large creatures can appear in swamps or in shallow bodies of water. Welcome back. Oh, you got into an argument. About what? Darius, why are you arguing with my dwarves? Trench dog, what up? How have I been? I have 5 broken bones in my foot, and the world ended twice in my building this week. Thankfully, it's over now, I think. Or no longer ending. I think things can go back to normal now. There was a bunch of, like, crazy living in apartment problems this week that had to be dealt with. If you want to hear the full story, just go back to the beginning of the stream and watch the first 20 minutes of the VOD or so. It took almost half an hour to tell the story of what happened to me this past weekend. But aside from, like, the happenings of this past weekend, pretty good. Pretty good, Trench Dog. How you been? I think that referring to Dwarf Fortress as having a meta is ridiculous, Corvidism. Because, like, okay, so Corvidism in YouTube chat says, unlike the meta, I actually use above ground crops too. You should use above ground crops because there's a lot of things that require above ground crops. There's also a lot of habits and things that dwarves like where they prefer things that are grown above ground. You should 100% be doing that. If you are not using above ground crops, you are playing suboptimally, in fact. So by the very definition of meta, you should be using above ground crops. I don't know. I am a person who believes that if you are playing Dwarf Fortress and think Dwarf Fortress has a meta, you are not playing Dwarf Fortress. You think you're playing a different game. I think that meta is just the same bad habit that everybody has decided is the best way to play, which is how you make a game boring. Hoblin Goblin. Then you clearly, well, what you typically see on YouTube is almost all Plump Helmet based, because very few people are good at this game. Yeah. Yeah, that. Has a bell curve on both ends. My fort needs to look good as the goal. I mean, yeah. Once you hit, like... I mean, in this fort, I won't be able to use any above ground crops because there are none and they won't grow. So I won't be able to do that. So we will be pretty underground crop focused. But, like... yeah, I don't know. I think also, like, a lot of people learned to play this game from YouTube tutorials. And I think a lot of YouTube tutorials, I mean, I'm guilty of this as well, fail to mention that, like, actually the easiest way to get food isn't by farming. It's literally by clicking this button and then clicking and dragging. And if you do that on the surface, you will get a much wider variety of food, which is actually better than just farming plump helmets. So, you know, speaking of, I should probably actually do that. I mean, that's like saying the best way to win in Age of Empires is by typing in die, die, die. Or in Age of Empires 2, you type in Black Death, which just causes everything to die on the map, and then you win instantly. So sure, I mean, if you want to say that, like, cheating is the best way to get food, then yeah. Obviously. Duh. We don't have a burrow enabled, do we? No, we don't. Just gonna pause these, pause those. But you'll notice that I almost never disable cooking plump helmets because I always have trillions of plump helmets, like extremely quickly. It was also kind of scary in a way. I remember watching a household hacker video. And this video still exists, so you can go find it if you want. But that video had a thumbnail of a lady in a bikini called "This Game Will Make You Something Rude," I think was actually the name of that video until it changed the name of the video years later. But it was a minute and a half basically saying, hey, there's this neat web game that runs in a browser called Minecraft. It's kind of like digital Lego. People have made all kinds of cool maps in it. You don't need to pay money for it. That version isn't worth it. It just generates a big weird set of green hills that you don't actually need. But it's really cool to just build in this floating open space. And so that's what I remember playing of Minecraft, was just like this weird above ground sandbox. Any bearded dwarf, if possible. Can see what I has as option. Vertical maps with deep soil are fun. Creating a herd for creating hard to access garden spaces. Yeah. I think like the challenge of having to make underground, above ground spaces for farming has always been fun. At least for me. So you would like a bearded dwarf. This is one of my starting 7. How about this miner? I'm gonna give you an asterisk swag so that I remember that you are a member of the starting 7. He would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is curious and eager to learn and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he lives a fast-paced life. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Why do I have hiccups? And is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he becomes very rigid when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dumb question, because I don't follow any of these things. Does Hytale exist again? I thought that game was bought and then canceled, and people started talking about it again. Like, is it in development again? Hytale released yesterday? What? All right. As you can tell, this is a universe I pay attention to. He personally has the highest regard for loyalty. Is it better than whatever the name of that other blocked game was? Bought back Hytale? Okay. Cool. No, not Vintage Story. Cube World. The better question is, did they make a profit? Like, did they sell it to Riot and then buy it back for less? Because if they did... anyway, he personally has the highest regard for loyalty and finds introspection to be a waste of time and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. No, damn it! Well, that sucks. He likes borax and steel and onyx opal and cherry wood and oyster leather and giant snapping turtle bone and moon snail shell and brown recluse spider silk and bucklers and quivers and windows and crowns and crowns and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and the sound of the pedal lyric and the pedal lyric of mothers, and the sight of the turquoise of color. When possible, prefers to consume guppy and reindeer cheese and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. His somewhat greasy hair, his somewhat greasy hair is coiled. Interesting. You have coiled hair. It's like a way of saying curly. You're an adequate hammer dwarf. You're also the dwarf that I gave a little bit of combat skill to from the get-go. And you're feeling empathy when discussing a friend's problems. I mean, I think like what used to happen is like medium / large-ish studios, when they would like make a smaller thing, they would make like what we used to call B games, like, you know, a less ambitious thing. But now, like, in order to be a successful game studio, you need to make a forever game or a live service. And like, a forever game doesn't necessarily need to be a live service, right? It can just be a game that like is developed kind of perpetually ad nauseum for all eternity, and is it like heavily expandable and modifiable. And if that's what you're doing, then, you know, got a bunch of visitors up on the surface. Huh? Madam, you are... kind of sketchy. I never trust naked people, especially when they're naked and also in a faction. Got a Lord Consort down here. Councils of Thinning. Uh-huh. Don't trust you. I'm just not going to let them in until I have a source of food. But anyway, they used to make, like... people used to make B games, but people don't buy B games anymore. Like... even B games have to be something like, you know... Helldivers, right? It needs to be something that can be expanded upon and developed kind of perpetually. Even if it's, like, a less ambitious variant of that. And so it kind of makes sense why games tend to get released into like a state of early access, because they're trying to make a forever game. They're trying to make a thing that they can just develop forever. Silksong recently released? Okay, but like, is it fair to say that Silksong isn't like an average game? Because you know what also released that same day? I can't remember the name of it. It was either the same day or like the week after. Another like little Vania / search action Metroidvania style game released by Atari that like a dozen people bought. That is a very similar level of length and scope as Silksong. So Silksong is not like an average video game. Silksong is a very different kind of thing, which has, for all intents and purposes, unlimited funds, because it's a small team that could quite literally just work forever tinkering on the thing forever. So that's like, they could have waited another 5 years before releasing that game, and they would have been fine. In fact, like, Silksong releasing made Hollow Knight sell more copies than most games do in their lifetime. So I would actually argue that like it's kind of irrelevant and not like even remotely connected to the discussion. Silksong has made more money than most game studios ever will. Yeah, that game, Adventure of Samsara. That sounds right. So, you know, it makes sense to me. Like, you know, you pitch something ambitious, promise to work on it forever, and then hope that it sells well enough that word of mouth eventually sells it for you. Like, that's kind of the reality of video games these days. So I don't know. It makes sense that Hytale would do that. I mean, heck, we're playing Dwarf Fortress. Speaking of forever games. If it's a stone wall, YouTube chat, you can also smooth aquifers to block them off. Okay, let's get farming up and running. Actually, no, let's not get farming up and running. I'm gonna dig down. And hope that I find some metal. Because I don't have a axe right now. I need to make one. Which means, actually, no, I do need to. Well, either that or I need to go to the Magma Sea. Yeah, we could just skip charcoal entirely. Just go straight to the Magma Sea. Haunted Chocolatier, yeah, absolutely. That's also an example of like a game that could just stay in development forever. Haunted Chocolatier probably has a bigger budget than most AAA games. Or rather, most AA games. AAA games is maybe an inaccurate term. And has more like space for failure and not selling than like any AAA. Like that game could not sell and be an absolute commercial and sales failure, and Mr. Ape will be totally fine. A-okay. No issue. Nada. Does X marks the spot? I mean, it will. Okay, so while they're digging, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make a farm plot. Kind of like this little corner. And can I... Yep, I got some blocks. That's going to become my food stockpile right there. Yeah. I mean, it does make me wonder about... It could have a release like Daikatana and yeah, Shrug. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like... Things that have no budget, or no budget limitations, I guess, are a very different thing versus the, you know, medium tier games. Because I wouldn't call Hytale a AAA game, but maybe that's just me. If it was a AAA game, to me, like, I know this isn't true, right? Because, like, AAA games release unfinished all the fucking time. But in my brain, to be a AAA game, you kind of have to release in a finished state. But at least what they call finished. If they call it a early access release, then not counting the, like, play 5 days early or play the free beta. To me, it's kind of not a AAA game, but I don't know. It's also, AAA also doesn't mean anything and is going to be gone in a couple of years, unfortunately, because, like, the industry's exploding. All right, so you have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. I was expecting that. Hoi! Friggin' vey. Oh. Damp stone, hey? Ooh. Wait, please tell me that you just canceled down here, because that would actually be really funny if you did. Well, I, friends, am not seeing metal. I guess we go deeper. An insurance thing on the question if a game is going to perform well and sells well, basically it's a measure for investors. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's just like influencer isn't really a real word. It's like a corporate marketing term to refer to the thing that an influencer does for a corporate entity. Like, we influence people into buying products, allegedly. Which I guess is true for some people in this industry. I try not to do that, but at the end of the day, I'm still influencing you into buying Dwarf Fortress and or my mugs. I don't like the term, but it's a descriptor. So yeah, no, you're correct. Something with low risk. What's ironic is like a AAA game is significantly higher risk. It's kind of ironic. It's like lost its own meaning. Cool. Hoblin Gobbies. Did you know about it before my videos, or did you find it because of my videos? Okay, so you did know about it before my videos then. Got it. I will always wonder just how many copies of this game have sold because of my videos, and I will never know the number. I thought I put those up to number 1, but I kept them on 2. I've just kind of accepted I will never know the number. Migrants have arrived. Whip. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to go to my not tavern. Turn off long-term visitors. And open the door. 9 dwarves? 10? Is there anything mean on the map at the moment? Oh, would you look at that? I mean, I know that these, I don't think these guys are properly back in the game yet. Holy shit, they're skilled. Wow, that's terrifying. Seems like they murked a giant Olm. Also pretty far away, so. No, that's totally fair. I mean, I would have bought it without me too, don't worry. I don't actually know how that would even be possible now that I think about the word I just said. I mean, I would have tried. I probably, yeah. Would I have bought it without me? I think I've tied myself in a thought circle. They're down there. Let's check where they arrived. Okay, so it looks like they're all inside. Where are you going? Oh, you're leaving. See ya, Barty. Turn visitors back on. Aw, look at the duckling. Esm Heimgrip. Quackers. I don't trust the one without clothes. So things don't have clothing if they, ooh, also, cave hoppers. Tiny amphibian with a long prehensile tail. It lives underground, in underground swamps and tower-capped forests on which it feeds. Let's just brew some of these. I mean, I'll melt down a pick if I have to, but I really hope I don't have to. Yeah, like Ryan. Landrax. I was talking about something unrelated and then I got migrants, but... Because of you, but Acra and Jupiter help? Yeah, fair. No man. Yeah. If a game, way they acquire it, the budget should be if the game is considered an indie game. Indie, well, I mean, indie has the same problem, or calling something an indie anything has the same problem as music, right? It's just kind of a meaningless term. It's an aesthetic these days more so than anything. I think, like, referring to a studio as independent actually is easier to define. We've also discovered a magma pool. Ooh. And the Great Magma Sea. Well, there's some good news. I found Cassiterite. It's a really steep cliff. Oh, shit, bauxite. That's a good color. Bauxite, sandstone. More cassiterite. Ah, there we go. Native gold. Native gold. This is DF hack. I just have the overlay disabled because it feels like cheating to me. Wow, that's kind of amazing. Actually managed to... Oh, I see. Found the aquifer. found the aquifer. Thankfully, I'll be able to dig down through this. It's quite a late aquifer. It really... it's not. It's just it's a very thin map. But, yeah. A giant cave spider silk. Should be cautious with this. What do we have? Just a singular giant olm. Okay, we're brewing some plum helmets, which is good news. No, I mean, I knew this map was thin when I started. Because it's practically at sea level, and because I always turn up rainfall on my maps, it's very thin. Like, it could be taller, but I don't mind playing on pretty thin maps. It's not quite everybody's cup of tea, but I enjoy it. So now I got plump helmets spawn, so I'll just get those getting planted. And I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to make a stockpile for plump helmet spawn. Plump helmet spawn. Cave wheat seeds. Sweet pod seeds. And pigtail seeds. And I'm going to go a few levels. Where was my stairs? There they are. Going to get rid of this. I'm going to go down to here. Just going to make a generic food stockpile. And I'm going to go into here and I'm going to remove spawn. Cave wheat. Sweet pod. And pigtails. I'm also going to go over to here. I'm going to say no barrels just so I can keep track. I don't ever generally put rock nuts in the same place as anything else. I also almost never use them. So no rock nuts. Not for the moment. Also didn't bring any, so I don't have any seeds for them. First one's being a hide-and-seek champion, ADM. Yeah, that's always fun when that happens. Then you find yourself digging horizontally left and right. My neighbor below me is running their dryer, and I can feel it. I can feel it in my feet. I feel like a very mild vibration in the floor. It's like a very, very, very minor earthquake. I love the fact that this aquifer is in the layer that has all the metal. Like, the game's just like punching me in the head right now. Stepped out to prep dinner, we're in an ad. How goes it this far? Lab Enjoyer, are you in an ad or are you good? That would be really funny if we end up going for adamantium. I think actually... Let me leave the game pause for a second. I do have nether cap. I'm not gonna lie. Making a nether cap pump system could actually be really fucking cool. I don't think I've done that in Premium. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, no, the bottom level is -15. For clarity here. This is as far as the map goes. But that doesn't change the fact that I need an axe. I don't have an axe yet. It's the chillest of the woods. Well, we've got a bunch of different tasks that need to be completed at the moment. I realize the ads are like just ending. I'm gonna follow Time Bomb, keep a very close eye on him while everybody hauls everything away. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I'll be right back. Truly a hot spring? We're trying. So for those of you who don't know the gimmick of this fort, I have to melt the glacier on the surface and turn it into an ocean before Time Bomb dies. Their natural lifespan is 4 to 8 years. So that's the goal of this fort. Comebacks to Time Bomb. Yeah, it's just like a dwarf just like slaughtered it because I misclicked. Okay. You're done down here. And I keep digging. Also, where did I get... Oh, I must have embarked with fish. It's like, where the fuck did the fish come from? Whoa! Casserite in an aquifer. Cool. Let's go over to here. Build up. Don't worry about these upper ones. I'm just trying to seal off this walkway here. It's gonna be a very drippy cavern layer. I might actually just like channel this whole fucking thing out. Is there going to be a mist generator? That's kind of a high risk because this is a very cold map. Oh, man, I'm real bummed out I don't have clay. Because I can't remember the last time I had tin and also clay. Because, like, clay glazes are so neat. Yeah, basically. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the rest of that is, but that is kind of the idea of this fort. Is I have a challenge, and if this thing dies before the challenge is complete, game over. I'm also gonna go over to tasks, and I'm gonna start making shale blocks again. Yes. It's like making a lava generator with, like a lava waterfall with water close by. And trust me, you don't want to hand solo her. Although I'll be direct though. If you're super deep down, then you are significantly less likely to die from sudden total body freezing, but it's still possible. It can still happen. So this is looking more and more. You know what would be actually fucking rad? If I am able to defend the fortress by simply melting the surface. Wouldn't it be fucking dope if the only, like, consistent way to get metal would be melt the surface, cave the enemies in, and then, like, dig it out later? Like archaeology? That would be fucking awesome. Yeah, it's like, you know, those toys where you like, it's got a dinosaur inside, and then you get a little toothbrush, and you sit there and you chisel away at the toothbrush for the next 30 years of your life, and then, like, eventually you get rid of this tiny little, it does take 30 years, like the next 30 minutes or something, and you get rid of this little, like, hard sand block, and it's got a little plastic dino in it. It's like that kind of thing. But with weapons and armor. Have a big drain where the armors pile up at the bottom. Ooh. Anyway, we gotta focus on doing that before the KV dies, but yeah, there's an idea there. We're cooking. We could there's something we could do with this, that's for sure. This is probably no longer the aquifer level. The irony of this, I probably could have just dug right over here and then not had to worry about this, but basically a conveyor belt of water. This is a great idea. Yeah, a liquid automation system. I think those are called pipes. Automated liquid redistribution system. The Great Toilet of the North. Oh, found more Kesrate. Also, thank you very much for the follows. I do see those. Hey, chat, should I check on the video and see how the video is doing? One of the reasons I like to stream the day a video comes out is so that I don't just sit there. Like, if I release a video, like, where I spend more than, like, a day and a half working on it, and I'm not streaming, I will literally just sit there and refresh all day. Watch comments and likes and all that, and just slowly panic. Fort Canada. I'd say it's more Greenland, but you just liked it. Cheers, Mark. How you doing? I ran into Mark in another streamer's chat last night. Okay, I'm gonna dig out and I'm gonna smooth this lower one, and then we're gonna work on some other tasks up top. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. Not already 6 hours in? Well, I am. I started a bit late. I started like an hour, 5 hour, 10 minutes late because I uploaded a video this morning. I watched the premiere and then turned my stream on right as it ended. You only need to put walls in if it's not stone. If it's stone, smoothing works. But, like, you know, you can't smooth sand. It's like the Little House on the Prairie when they're just like, what's the point of sweeping a dirt floor? Cheers, Cornerstone. Even if it's just for a few minutes? Well, it's good to have you, even if it's just for a few minutes. We'll let that dry up. Let the dwarves go back up to here. This is hot. Doesn't seem to be. Let's see what's on the other side of this. I might just melt a pick. It's a very interesting goal. Yep. Time bomb's right here. Let's build a fort under a necromancer tower and eliminating it by undermining collapse it. I'll be straight with you. I've done forts similar to that before, where like you settle on another location. It sounds like an amazing idea, but usually what actually happens is there's like 1,000 living entities inside of those places, like necromancer towers, etc. And that makes them make your game run like absolute dog shit. So yeah, I mean, using like Embark Anywhere to settle on a necro tower is like kind of a classic idea. I mean, like there was a Reddit thread ages ago. This is a thing from YouTube chat, by the way. There was a Reddit thread ages ago where somebody settled on a elven forest retreat, and then went underneath it and caved in the tree houses. But like sometimes they don't collapse. Like, there's weird things to do with, like I settled on a mysterious palace not super long ago and tried to cave in a chunk of it, and it just became a floating island. Like, it wouldn't cave in. So it's not always as easy as it sounds. They're also, like, not really constructions in the way, like, actual built things are. I think I would rather settle on an abandoned human town and rebuild it. Sigil, YouTube chat. Than settle under a necromancer tower. But, I mean, hey, it's an idea for the future. So I will keep it in mind. Let's see if there's anything in this one. There's nothing hot or cold. Okay, we're also good here. Let's get rid of these. Dwarf, please. Pick one. I mean, except in real life, time bomb is just like risk of biting, you know? It's kind of like a cat when they roll over. It's like, Start questioning your decisions. To pet or to not to pet? I mean, Sigil, to be totally fair, so Sigil in YouTube chat suggested that I mentioned the idea of maybe building a fortress underneath a necro tower. You need to remember, if you're doing things the game isn't designed to do, including, up to and including things like Embark Anywhere, and weird things happen, well, yeah, you're doing things the game ain't designed to do, right? Like, the game isn't designed to settle on a goblin fortress. But, like, most Dark Goblin fortresses will have, like, thousands of goblins in them. Or, like, thousands of beak dogs. Like, I did a silly Embark Anywhere once on a goblin fortress, and there was literally, like, 10,000 living entities on the map. And the game ran at, like, a frame per second. And that wasn't even all of it. So, like, you need to remember that. Like, that's a threat. So you'd have to find, like, a mostly abandoned one. But, like, what would be much more interesting to me than settling on a necromancer tower would be just settling on a terrifying biome. Because you have more or less the same effect, except it's a bigger threat. Because the game's designed for that. Or, like, as I said, settling on, like, an abandoned human city or something that has more or less no living population in it. Stuff like that. Also, thanks for all the comments on the video, by the way. How's it doing? It's got 53 comments. It's got 3 dislikes. Probably because of the thumbnail. And 451 likes. It's got, how many views? Let's see. It's getting there. Got a few subscribers. This is always inaccurate and takes a little while to update, but, you know. They always get recommended less during the, so, like, that's technically the release after the premiere ended. We'll see. Usually with videos like this, I kind of want them to get, like, 10 to 20,000 views in the first day, but we'll see. It's also January, so I'm expecting to make no money on this video. But at least not until January's over. You want id. Bismuth. Sees others as selfish and conniving and almost never feels discouraged. Finds humor in most situations and is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. He tends to be passive in discussions and isn't particularly ambitious and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather and dreams of mastering a skill. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. He likes selenite and silver, as well as shell opal, and hemp fabric, the color cerulean, goats for their eating habits, and the words of the East Price, and when possible, prefers to consume moth, lungfish, ratweed, and persimmon wine, and dwarven milk, and absolutely hates snails. Weird things happening is usually the fun part. There's like two definitions of the word fun. There's fun, to me, like, if the game isn't playable, that's not fun. Which is honestly why I don't generally do very many intentionally game-breaking embark anywheres. Like, I'll embark on top of a mysterious palace, or like a vault, because you can just kind of lock the doors. But the second you get to like the bigger areas, it, you know, you do run the risk of quite literally having an unplayable map. These are cool to dig through. Got some star sapphires and some rubies. Let's just get a real quick jeweler. Let's also start building these walls up. Frames per day? Oh, you actually did the math, Mareb. I respect it. Impressive, even. I go here and just type in rock table and rock throne. Let's just make them both out of shale. And the jeweler's workshop. Do I actually have anybody with gem cutting skills? I don't! Polished stones, please. Oops. Just until I get a little bit of skill in this. Polished stones and encrust furniture with polished stones. Trees have roots. If you cut them down at the Z level underneath that has been dug out, the hole remains on the surface. You notice that when a goblin got inside and slaughtered some of your dwarves. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, tree roots are dangerous. Let's make two more dolomite mechanisms. I've got a bunch of rough red diamonds and such, which is lovely. Just gonna get a little bit of stone relating stuff. I mean, I'll tell you this. Fire is one of the things that doesn't bother me. Even though fire can slow the game down. For a very specific reason. Because fire will always eventually go out. And no matter how slow the game runs, fire, what causes the game to lag when there's fire on the screen is lack of line of sight and ability to pass through the fire. So if you are able to either locate the source of the fire or just make sure that you always have an additional way around where there could potentially be fire. Like if you have multiple routes in and out of the caverns as an example, there's a fire in the middle of the caverns. The dwarves could head that way or they could head that way. Fire will never negatively affect your fortress because fire in between them blocking their exit will make the game lag. But if they have another way to go, then it won't. Oh, no, absolutely. Digging underneath a tree is extremely dangerous, if that's what you're talking about, Thundrox. You are absolutely correct. That's a bother. That's such a bother. Holy shit. Okay. What about the gems that will catch on fire and burn for a long time? They dump water on them and put them out. I mean, that's actually real. It's like coal will also burn for like a ridiculously... Oh, are we beneath it? Ha! We're through it! I like how I was like, I'm going to take a break from digging through this aquifer right before the end of the aquifer. And we found Gabbros, so we've got more magma-safe materials. I'm just going to go down to like right there, see what we find. Got more, a lot of gold down in here. Just dig through this later. Once that water dries up. Lava. But there's gold. Ah. Found the bottom. Let's just dig out whatever we can find down here. Maybe use that as a reservoir. Be pretty easy to do. Oh, there's plenty of ways to create null space in Dwarf Fortress. It's not
crypt,
unique
bongo,
to lava.
Crypt bounce, crypt bongo.
Not even remotely unique to lava. All right, so I'm just going to melt one of these picks. Let's just make us a little lava reservoir. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like weirdly sensitive is like not the word, but like I'm like weirdly picky about what I will accept as a bug in Dwarf Fortress. Because I've taught a lot of people how to play this game, which most of you probably know. And the reality is, the vast majority of things people call bugs in this game are, okay, maybe not vast majority. A lot of what people refer to as bugs in this game are not bugs, and they're just directly user error. And it's to the point where, like, I feel like I'm just being a jackass half the time. Because, like, people be like, oh, this bug's on my fortress. I'm like, well, that's not a bug. If you do this, this, and this, it'll fix it. Trying to think of an example. It's like, oh, my game's bugged. All the dwarves are just standing looking left on the surface. It's like, well, they're in combat. They're trying to get past it. There's combat in one way and combat in the other direction. They're probably angry animals. It's like, that's not a bug. That's just, you need to fix that. How do you fix null space? You go back to a save before it happened. Tobzen, thank you very much for the 28 months. No, that null space is a bug, to be clear. I'm just talking in general. But if something like becomes null space, then yes, that very much is a bug. Very much. Very much so. Oopsies. In a square 4x4, why not? Habit, mostly. Sometimes I do a 3x3, sometimes I do a 1x1. The only issue with doing a 1x1 is if you do a 1x1, there is a non-zero chance that dwarves will end up not being able to complete the tasks that you've told them to complete because it is possible. You know what? Actually, let's make this around half the size. It is possible that they can trip over top of each other because they have to lie down, so it slows down and can cancel some hauling tasks. Slows down some hauling tasks, can cancel some other hauling tasks. Something to be aware of. Have a good night's sleep and enjoy the vid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Tobes? Thanks for the 28 months. Appreciate you. Kind of saving grace with dwarves don't really care about temperatures and their survival in the direct sense. Unless they catch on fire. Like, I know people who've made maps hot enough that everything just kind of spontaneously combusts. I would say they depend on, they need to not spontaneously combust for their survival. They melt? That's not true. If you make a hot enough map, they will catch fire. Like, I've done it. They will burst in, like, I've started forts before and the wagon bursts into flames. Clearly you just haven't turned the heat up high enough. Or something's changed since I last did that, and it has admittedly been a long time, so. Both things are entirely possible. like made a custom world and turned the heat all the way up to maximum. Now I wonder if it's one of those. So I've seen that happen where like dwarves don't actually burst into flames, but like if you click on them and you look at their bodies, all of their clothing will have 2 exclamation points. As an example, I noticed this a few times in the video that I was editing, which I released this morning, where something was on fire, but like the sprite itself doesn't show on fire, it just shows bleeding. But if you look at their clothing, if they have exclamation points, they're on fire, even if it doesn't actually show the graphics for it. I've also seen dwarves smoking that are on fire that are not actually on fire. Well, rather, on fire, but there's no graphics showing that they're on fire. That's the word I'm looking for here. Of the fat is gone. That's just liposuction. Some people dream of that. Just because the Dwarven weight loss program disturbs you doesn't mean it's a bad thing, okay? It may be a multi-level marketing scheme that could result in pretty severe burns, but, you know. Yeah, they also, like, they get a higher, like, agility ceiling and become more effective in some forms of combat with no fat. Looking at the food count. We're also into late summer. I'm going to make a farmer shop. I'm gonna go up to here. Do one of these. I may end up just buying an axe, or just buying some metal and making an axe. I'll just let them dig out everything that's down there, and then I'll go down and figure it out later. Sumo career is over, though? It's only if they were aspiring. How you doing today? Later on. It's good to see you. Hope you've been aight. So you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oopsies. You have the butthole icon again? I mean, only you can fix this problem. Let's, 2 per month. And make cheese 2 per month. There you go. You've been de-buttholed. Yes, I started a new world. Can you ask why? Because the last, are you in an ad? Hammer's bald. Also, you do need to realize, I'm just going to say this verbally. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of text. And I scroll up and down periodically. I would have responded to that. So you don't need to type it in literally within a minute of the first time you type it in. I am reading 2 chat rooms. I will get to it when I see it. But you being a spammy poster aside, why did I make a new world? Because since the last time I generated a new world, a bunch of new sprites have been added that require generating a new world to see them. That's why. And I want to see them. Shame indeed. Shameful. Shameful display. That's fine. Just, you don't need to spam that much. It's all good. Like, at me once, you don't need to at me twice. If I was in a bad mood, which I'm not today, shockingly, I would have been like, I'm not answering your question now. I do actually do that sometimes. just set the min and max to the same number. But see if their clothes catch fire. Hi, Dizzle. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, the stuff still works, but like non-giant monsters, so like, you know, the mega beasts with the smaller sprites, can you not spam that? I will time you out if you do that. Or rather, I will actually, does that still pop up in 5s on for people on who are viewing, or is it just me? Because for me it says 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 separately, and it's aggravating. But does it still do that for Twitch chat, or has it stopped doing that? See, it does 5s. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Fucking dumb. Anyways, thanks for the pennies. Appreciate it. And for ruining my train of thought. Does this fort have a gimmick? You don't need to ask me. Type an exclamation point goal. That'll answer your question. Yeah, let's do this. That's what I was doing. Yes, that's what I said. 409. But no, I'll be honest with you. When I'm tired of a fort, or I'm tired of, like, I have no pattern or consistency as to how long I keep a world. Sometimes I fall in love with a world and I stick with it for like the better part of a year. Sometimes I do one fort and say, fuck this. Sometimes I do like 24 forts and
Dumpster Girl cheers.
Just keep playing.
Don't
there is
forget to
no
elevate
consistency
broken
for
foot.
me with almost anything in my habits of this game. Don't forget to elevate the broken foot. Don't tell me how to live my life. I will take my foot and smash it against the wall if you tell me to do that again. I won't actually do that. But don't tell me how to live my life. I'm not here to get back seat doctored. I have a doctor for that. I appreciate the concern. Thanks for the $1. Spite foot smash, yes. I will re-injure myself out of... I don't know. For no real reason. I will not. But don't tell me how to live my life. That dwarf just fell asleep. Turns out gold takes a while to dig through. Bet you won't? No, I won't. You're right. Although you could tell me how to live my life more and test that theory. And would always forget. You know, dumpster girl, you can't see my feet right now. Guess what my foot is? It's already elevated. Beat that! Can't forget it. Actually, I can forget, but it already is, so. You spicy today? No, I'm actually awake and in a good mood. This is just me and my sense of humor. I have to remind people about this sometimes, that I am just trying to be funny. I think it lands more in person for some people, but... whoa, money. Thanks for $10.
Letter and cheered. X1000.
I'll be honest.
Here's a bigger chunk of biddies.
I was expecting you to tell me how to live my life. But anyway, appreciate it. Thanks. Rage quit the foot cause people? Sure. Did I have to cut the foot off? No. I have I have 5 fractured bones in my foot. Why would I have to cut it off? Maybe if I didn't take the antibiotics my doctor gave me. Is there any animals here I can butcher? Okay, the only butcherable ones are the ones we brought. Okay. Got alpaca wool. Got some yarn. Cool. Cool. Oh, true. True. I personally see spicy as like sassy negative, but I would suggest that I'm kind of never not spicy. All right, so now we find out if we're going to get traders. Not that the faction's dead, but we are kind of really far away from them. Not a nether cap support. Plump helmet, actually. They're quite large. No, I have a little bedside. I don't actually know what it is. I use it as a bedside table, but it's under my desk.
Here the sub continues.
Hey. Thank you, Shadow Absorber. Appreciate you. Curmudgeonly. You know, honestly, a curmudgeon is a very good way to describe me. I, like, fully accept that. Opinion of me. And thank you very much for the hype train, by the way. Shadow, thank you very much for the 27 months and the tier 3. It's very kind of you. And thanks for all the bits, everybody. B52 and Letteran and Dumpster and Letteran and everybody else.
Shiny button.
Shadow Alec, thank you very much for the 53rd month. You know, I get it into my head how to say people's names, and then I raid somebody with those same people, and then they read the names so different that then I question how I read anything, like, forever. Or how I read everything for, like, ever. Kind of want to put a tavern in here. Thinking, like, let's make a fun-ish shape. But I gotta get lava-related things done first. It says fun-ish shape, and then he just makes a circle. Dumpster, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Hopefully those got cleaned after they came out of the dumpster. I'm a bit of a clean freak, you know. I need my subscriptions to be sanitized. Sounds like I'm trying to, like, it sounds like a very roundabout way to just say that I'm, like, unsubscribing from Netflix. I just say like Christopher. It just reads like Christopher to me. It's now a level 4 hype train. Needs 2 subscriptions or $8.70 to level up. Eat your peas and carrots. Damn right, son. I have frozen peas and carrots in the freezer, and actually I was using them as an ice pack, so maybe I should eat them instead of using them as an ice pack. It's a little bit annoying. Because I'm supposed to have silver. I was really hoping I'd find the silver by now.
Boop Crypt Beer.
Oh, a dwarf got redeemed? Did I miss it? Oh, shit. Yeah, no, it totally got eaten. Cloud Drizzle, you want to be the engraver. This one? Thub? You want to be the big old heart throb? I mean, throb? Heart throb. I don't know where I'm going with this. He's so you for real? You're a heart thob? Or you heart thob, is that what you're trying to say? This sentence is starting to hurt my brain. Nervicious, thanks for the 55th month. Thanks for the boop and the burr. Appreciate you. Claddadizzle. I mean, I've told this story before, but I have a, there's a person who I haven't seen in a while who also has changed their name since then, but they used to be named Freakified. And I referred to them as Freaky Fried for 5 years before I rated somebody and they read their name and said, oh, hey, Freakified. I'm like, I feel like such an idiot. And then I mentioned it and apologized to the person the next day. And their response was, you know, I thought about saying something and then just kind of didn't. We're wondering how long it would take me to notice. They melt before their clothes catch on fire? All right, well, I stand corrected. Something's changed then, because they used to just, like, combust, like, burst into flames. But did the wagon burst into flames? Admittedly, I don't go about, like, setting maximum heat worlds very frequently. So, like, that's something that I don't think I've done that since, like, version 44. So the wagon bursts into flames? All right, good to know. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. I wonder if, like, I wonder if it takes a while for clothing to heat up, but it just, like, immediately opens their pores so wide that the blood falls out. not going to think about that one too hard. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situation. He should go visit that world that was just developed by or generated by the person who this dwarf is named after. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he has little interest in joking around. He lives a fast-paced life, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Well, take care of yourself, Donna Minstrel. Cheers, friend. Thanks for swinging by today. Hype Train needs another subscription, or $3.70 to level up. If you happen to have a Prime sub, you could level up Hype Train. What happened here? What's up with this volcano? Exclamation point goal. It's actually on a glacier. That's not a volcano. But good catch, though. This is just a little lava tube. Anyway, he seeks out exciting and adventurous situations as he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He has little interest in joking around, and he lives a fast-paced life. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. There you go. You found it. He personally finds romance to be distasteful, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't particularly respect commerce, and dreams of mastering a crafter work someday. He likes saltpeter as well as pig iron and brown zircon, kumquat wood, and clear glass. Goat leather, breastplates, alpacas for their jutting teeth, deer for their grace, and the sound of the lavender canyon, and when possible prefers to consume clownfish, giant tapir cheese, and papaya wine, and absolutely hates worms. Well, we're living under a glacier. But yes, that's kind of the hope, is to turn it into an ocean fort. Also, hey, Ghosty. Briefly looking in before you head off to sleep. Thank you very much, Hype Train chat. 8 subscriptions and $14.30. Cheers, guys. It's good to be back. He likes pig iron, brown zircon, and kumquat wood, as well as clear glass, and goat leather, as well as breastplates and alpacas for their jutting teeth, deer for their grace, and the sound of the lavender canyon, and when possible prefers to consume clownfish, giant tapir cheese, and papaya wine. Hates worms. Your description is, it's a broad body made and has wavy hair. Don't look all that wavy, but which is somewhat greasy. He should wash it. His very long beard is braided, and his very long sideburns are braided and are neatly. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail. And you're hauling a Kesserite boulder, and you worship Rakist, who I think is the god of death, or like the god of like suicide and temples. Yeah, fortresses and suicide. Yeah, not temples. Most popular god is the very vanilla Deller of Earth, volcanoes, mountains, and caverns. I do like the god of scholarship and wisdom, though. That's an interesting one. Learned insights. Man, meanwhile, I'm just like in the literal fucking Arctic. It's like this giant flat expanse of not a whole lot with a naked person on the surface. And a Yeti. He chilling. I think I'm actually just gonna open this up. So whenever traders arrive, they can enter. I said wisdom. I did not say wisdom. You hear what you want to hear, not what I said. It's just like when I said Nolthag in the video today, and someone's just like, in the live, or in the, what's it called? The premiere chat was just like, no, what now? And I'm just like, you know what I said. Will you dismantle the wagon for wood? No. I mean, we're gonna get traders in like a minute. I have no axe, though. I kind of like leaving the wagon in, to be honest. We made cheese yet? Oh, yeah, I know. Cheese should happen. Yeah, we're making cheese. Cool. We are making cheese. We're making yarn. It's a good time. See, we got alpaca cheese. Which means they should also have finished doing it down here, right? Maybe I should go like a layer or 3 further up. Yeah. I should go like right here. And then put our reservoir over here. beneath this. Because this needs to happen, like, stat. So, because the goal is I have to pump lava to the surface, I have no magma-safe materials right now. So we're going to have to use nether cap, I think. So, current quest is wait for the traders to arrive and get them in the fort, trade. Once we're done trading, I have to make sure that I get, or once we're trading, I have to make sure that I get something that can either be made into an axe or an axe. I got real upset when I did that one fort and then a siege broke it. Oh, the wagon. You know, honestly, that could be another fun fort goal is like, don't let the wagon break. Like, that could be a lose condition. Wagon dies, so does the fort. But I think that having a time limit by using a KV is already kind of funny enough, so I'm personally cool with that being the only one. Oh, great. Well, I didn't want to dig that layer out anyway. I didn't want to dig that layer out anyways. In Age of Empires 2? That sounds like something that would be in Age of Empires 2. I never actually played that much Age of Empires 2. Which probably would come as a surprise to some people, but... That's more of a Supreme Commander thing in my mind. Because you have to defend the commander. Or like, Total Annihilation had the same thing. Or a similar thing, I guess. Just gather stuff that can be fooded. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the humid volcano, by the way, great name, is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Should we be worried about the 4 food stockpile? I mean, we have traders, so no. Also, I'm literally getting more food by doing this. Like, this dwarf is... Like, this dwarf, that can be food. Those can't be. Those can be food. That can be food. Like, no, not at all. Not with this many dwarves. Not while you're in a place that has tons of food provided. Besides, I could always butcher my alpacas, and that'll solve the issue, like, immediately. Food is, like, kind of a non-issue, if you know what you're doing. In Dwarf Fort, for whatever that's worth. How many mugs does this fort have? Did you see that it says how many you're making now? Make 3 rock mugs. I'm so, like, enamored by this. I've been playing this game for so long. And, like, and and finally. Or, like, sock. Make a pair of socks. What about goblets? Make 3 adamantine goblets. Actually, I wonder, bolt. 25 it says bolts! Holy shit! You know, when you get stuck in Stockholm Syndrome of saying that a game is great when it has very, very clear and obvious faults, they fix the very clear and obvious faults. It's, is kind of a really bizarre feeling. It's like, you just gotta get used to that. It's fine. No longer? Yeah, I mean, I've known how many mugs they make for a long time. But, like, my God. So let's see who our outpost liaison is. Zon! The Dwarfiest Dwarf. Just a very dwarfy dwarf. You know, spontaneous child screaming will never not be something that startles me. And I live in a city, and I also live relatively close to a place where a bunch of little kids go to school and play outside. And I don't generally hear them, but I just heard a child scream, and it was definitely like a child playing screaming, but random child screaming will never not startle me. Just, I wanted to say that. Anyway, you seem like a very normal dwarf. Who does find working hard as a foolish waste of time, which is why he works in management, probably. Have I considered making an updating tutorial? So I wanted to make one this week, actually. But watch the first 30 minutes of this stream if you want to see why I only made one video and not the 2 videos that I was planning to make. But I do actually have plans to remake the Getting Started guide, or make an updated Getting Started guide with more current information. But weapons too. They don't really scream though. They just kind of run and then fight. Well, no, they actually, no, you're right. They do scream at that one point, but fucking Weapons is a great movie. Question is mugs or goblets. What materials available? Because ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. I'm really Azen from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to your civilization and world info. I'm gonna... I want to ask for iron, but I don't actually think that's the most useful. Just gonna ask for nether cap. They want meat and handwear. Handwear. Let's just cut a couple gems. Yeah, no. I don't generally hear them playing, but I sometimes hear them when they head back inside. So if, like, I don't know, somebody gets startled when they're heading back inside, child go, blah, and it's like, blah! What's happening? In the game, they come and talk to expedition leader after the mining moves in, the traders. They talk to whoever the highest rank is, yeah. For 1,000 hours, you don't quite get what they do. So... You know how it says we've updated your maps to civilization and world info? If you go to your fortress and then you click on news and rumors, and then you scroll all the way down to where your dwarfs are. See these? This is what they do. They tell you this. If they return dead, or if they don't return, if they don't make it off the map, like if they die in the process of entering the map, that is like actually worse for your faction rep than if they're unable to speak to somebody, or them stealing stuff, unless you steal literally everything. Basically, they're like a noble who provides you with what's going on in the world. Do they have preference for either, depending on what they're drinking? What, you mean like mugs or goblets? They just want the highest value thing. The news and rumor thing? So Tarn actually like reminded me of something. Oh shit, we're like fucking reclaiming a whole bunch of stuff. This was like that faction that was mostly murked out of existence. Like most of these are destroyed. But it seems that, like, right when I started the fortress, also somebody here is invading something. Who's that coming from? But it seems like right as I started the fortress, my faction, like, has sent out a shit ton of caravans and crews to, like, re-inhabit all of these destroyed helixes. That's actually really cool. I mean, these are mostly... Hey, Chad, it's the green field zone. Yeah, it's from up here. So this guy is going where? But yeah, no, this will give you like, oh. There you go. Oh. So the goblins are kidnapping humans from this spot, right here. Specifically a goblin named Ago Tickwads. Prolific thief. So yeah, that's what they're doing. Tarn told me this during the last interview that I did with him, because I'd actually completely forgotten. When you talked, when it says there's much to share, here's your civilization and world info, it used to give you another page, which I've just like Mandela affected, like forgot existed, where it would just give you a full printout like list of legends of like all of these, but everybody would just always power skip through it. So they got rid of it. I think they should bring that back personally. So this is a goblin fortress called Boat Body, which is also a really good name, which has 200 goblins in it. And they're attacking the dwarven hillocks of Gate Dies. But yeah, that's what it tells you. It tells you what's going on in the overworld. It also updates who owns what. So like if I look at this, you see these are all blue. These are all part of my faction, right? Like that one's not because it's a goblin location. So that'll probably update as at war with my faction next time because they're currently attacking Gate Dies. So all that gets updated. These are all goblin locations up here that are all at war with me. So Tickwads, damn you, Tickwads! Does it tell you what the X's are? No, it doesn't. Which, I mean, like, this is a very old thing. If I remember correctly, you used to not be able to scroll around the map when this overlay was active. You could just like basically tab through the different locations where events were happening. So yeah, like you've never been able to select these, but these are like entities that are moving around the map or groups. Sometimes it'll also tell you that like refugees are moving somewhere, so they're not necessarily an army. Like, this one is highlighted not because there's something attacking it, but because the mystery of the author was known to be in the Absolute Citadel, great name, in Visegript. So if that's an important book to you, you could go find that. This is also, like, information that can be discovered through adventure mode. So if you find these places, or if you see this stuff happening, then, like, you know it when you're playing in adventure mode if you're playing as part of the same faction. So, like, if I do an adventure mode run as, like, these dwarves down here, which is my faction, and then play as the other dwarven faction, but then a visitor from the other dwarven faction comes to my fortress and tells, if I run into one of the dwarves in this faction and they tell me about, like, the surrounding area, then I'll learn about all this stuff, and then I'll have that in fort mode as well as the next adventure I do or whatever. What a Tickwad. Tickwad does sound like an insult. It really does. All right. Do I have anything I can sell? Nothing damaged. I've got arrows. What? I don't know why we have arrows, but probably came from that human. Time for the mug economy. I'll make some more mugs. I'll sell the one slightly fancier thingy. And we'll just wait until some gems are cut. We're cutting some gems. I don't know why I was paused for so long there, but there I was. I think, like, there's a lot of things that were in the older game, or older versions of the game, that were just displayed in a way that made people ignore them. Didn't mean that they were bad systems, Bismuth, but, like, I think there was kind of a lot of those. Like, the combat log is another good example, where it's just, like, a lot of people would just kind of ignore things. Or, like, not even notice that they were there. Like, the task screen, as an example. Like, this was in every version of the game. But, like, it was buried 3 menus deep, kind of hard to find, and, like, not super useful if you didn't really know what you were looking at. So a lot of people would just, like, find it once and be like, ah, it's scary, and then, like, never look at it again. And Pseudo Giraffe can't read, which is crazy. So. But they shouldn't re-add it the way that it was. If they could make something similar that was presented in a way that is easier to look at, I do think that would be quite positive, though. And that's kind of how I feel about a lot of that stuff. It's just like, I just hope that they are able to present stuff in a way that's more understandable to a novice player base. Well, there's no bars that I can make into an axe. But there is a steel battle axe. I don't really want to buy a steel battle axe. That seems like overkill. I could buy these. And just melt them. Let's see if they're willing to do that. Nope. Okay, fine. I think like actually an easier way to do it, Clad Dizzle, would either be pop into adventure mode and show them there, or open up arena mode if you have it enabled and show them there. Because like, there is a lot of mechanics in this game that are extremely interesting, but because they're not something that you're directly controlling, I think it's, I'm not, if I trade the KV pup, the fort's done. So type an exclamation point goal. We lose then, so no, that's a trap. Oopsies, what am I doing? I don't actually think that one's mine. Teasing? Oh, well, I mean, I don't know who was here at the, or I never remember who was here at the start specifically, so. Very much correct, but... Okay. I'm just going to set this to priority number 1. Let's get this done. We're going to just use this as the reservoir, because all I need to do is channel through this, which is very safe. I'm also going to go up to here. Just gonna make a gem stockpile right there. Would I recommend it? It's one of the greatest games made in the last 2 decades. Well, 3 decades, because that's how long it was in development. So would I recommend it? No, it's terrible. I don't play good games. I only play terrible games that I don't recommend. Just like Dwarf. Shh, it's reverse psychology. It never works. There we go, getting all this done. But yes. I will name it whatever dwarf you want, whatever you want, but just tell me which one you want. Just select one. You have a whole list. Choose at your will. Ghosty. But I will probably name it Ghosty. Or rather, I would prefer to name it Ghosty, but... So you would like your rib? Gotcha. Just going through DMs right quick, because apparently I have a bunch of them. Okay. You would like... Geese fun. You wanted one with a beard. You select the one on the list that doesn't have a beard? You changed your mind. Okay. Okay. Montresor is satisfied at work. Is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. In fact, multiple reasons. Save game. If you insist, Bossarino. I don't know why. What? I guess I'm saving. Also, since I'm saving, numbers is going up. Thumbs up. Woo. Thanks to anybody who's commenting and liking the new video. YouTube can be an abusive mistress. She is given a flight. Let's try this again. She is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Dislikes obligations, but will try to avoid being bound by them, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and lives at a high energy and kinetic pace. She is slow to anger and is a friendly individual. She isn't particularly ambitious and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is curious and eager to learn. Occasionally overindulges and likes to brawl. Is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. And she tends to avoid crowds and does not go out of her way to help others. She personally is greatly disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Values cunning and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and does not care about fairness. Dreams of raising a family. She likes cryolite and copper and light yellow diamond, limewood and copperhead, snake bone, spears, anvils, and wraiths of brine for their bloated appearance. And the words of the East Price and the sight of the Tulip of Embracing. What a friggin' edgy dwarf for the Wraiths of Brine. And when possible, prefers to consume white spotted puffer and tomato wine. And absolutely hates leeches. I guess you order a Caesar in the morning. And her teeth are widely spaced. She has a very narrow chin. Her hair is clean shaven and her nose is hooked. Her lover is Nil, who arrived here as one of the starting 7. And you are also one of the starting 7. So I should give you an asterisk. Yeah. Welcome to the fort. Also, this one is a starting 7 member, so I'm going to give you an asterisk too. I'm just trying to keep track of the starting 7 by giving them all asterisks as I name them. Welcome to the fort. So, fun fact, I watch a lot of YouTube from time to time, and I subscribed to a YouTuber once who I quite enjoyed, and then almost immediately unsubscribed because the first video they uploaded after I saw them for the first time was them feeding their pet leeches. So somebody likes leeches. Not this guy, but somebody does. So I'm going to make this a little pluggable spout. Nutty Wombat, hello. You loved the brain rot video? Yay! I'm glad. Did you comment and like it? Because if you love it, prove it! If you love it, then do you really love it if you didn't already shove a... What is the pineapple up your butt thing that people used to say on the internet? Anyways. Just going to throw a Gabbro chunk in there. What mechanisms do I has? Lever. Well, then you didn't love it because you're not helping it succeed. This is semi-molten rock. It's like Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of bedrock. Like this. I retract my my appreciation at you liking the video, because if you're not helping the video grow, then it's fine. You do you. But please, don't be like Nutty Wombat. Comment on the video if you like the video. Otherwise, YouTube decides people don't like the video. And then YouTube doesn't promote it. More like Dead Rock, if you know what I'm saying. Someone once referred to that arm PNG that I have as the Hand of Knowledge Ulfsire, which I think is really funny, personally. I think these dwarves are overworked. Thank you very much for commenting to help with the algo whatchamacallits. I appreciate. How many times have I restarted? 0. Why would I have to restart multiple times? You know what? Actually, let's just pause all of this. Just want them to build. Any pet polar bears? I don't have wood or metal yet. Because I haven't made an axe yet. I only just traded. And now that I've traded, I've got 2 maces, which I'm going to melt and make one into a battle axe. Successful guild trip? Hell yeah. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for saying that you liked the video. Glad you enjoyed it. Making that video was kind of hell. Not gonna lie. And Base Builder X, thanks for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Base Builder X? I mean, you don't even have to, for whatever it's worth when it comes to commenting. Your comment doesn't need to make sense. As long as it's not just like straight gibberish, it probably won't get caught up in the like, what do you call it? Like the spam filter. YouTube spam filter is pretty terrible. It usually just filters out like legitimate, but also like somewhat critical comments, or like people that are just either being rude. Because anybody who wants to avoid the spam filter just avoids the spam filter. To go along this side. A wild editor has appeared. You just always see me making new forts, because YouTube doesn't recommend my stream if I don't have new fort in the title. So Landslug in YouTube chat says, I just always see you making new forts. If you look at my YouTube statistics and you look at the live stream statistics, I get about 100,000 impressions on a stream that I do of a new fort, and I get about 20,000 impressions on a stream that doesn't have the word new fort in the title. I mean, this fort's brand new. We're still in the first year. But we're on a glacier. And the goal of this fort is to turn this into an ocean. And I have to do it before the time bomb goes off. So I have to do it before this cavey dies. It started off as a baby cavey, and it's now a pup. Or a boar. It's no longer a baby. Which means I have like 5 years maximum to turn the surface into an ocean. Okay, so you right there. 2 dolomite mechanisms, link to that. And give it a pull. Put it in a cage, it'll starve to death. New fort. I mean, here's the reality of clickbait. It tends to work once. Like, if you're actually lying, Base Builder X. Like, being evocative is fine, or, like, overly descriptive. Like, YouTube these days, like, people call it clickbait, but in reality, it's, like, YouTube rewards, like, evocative thumbnails and titles, and extraordinarily overly descriptive thumbnails and titles. Like, those are the 2 things that it rewards right now. It's a talented gem cutter. Congratulations, Dwarf. You now get the full-time gig of cutting all my gems. But, if you do actually clickbait, you'll get diminishing returns. I know you're being facetious, but I take facetious statements oddly seriously because, like, there is a reason for that. Uh-oh. There's a Yeti! Run away! Run away! That's where I'm trying to say. You have a pet Peachick. I love the icons for the goddamn bunny. Okay, so baby bunny icon might be up there with my new favorite, considering how much I hate bunnies. Like, look at its evil little face. It just wants to be thrown into a volcano so bad. Can't you tell? Look at the look in its eyes. In fact, you can even see, if you look close enough, the red glint of the lava as right before it lands in it. But it is kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hey, you're a peasant. I'll give you that task so you can do that as your full-time job when you make it to that point. Hello? Ooh. Not creative, bad spatial sense, intemperate. Artistically inclined. What you, kiddo? Strong, quick to love. Well, don't tell your husband that. Far away from me? I can't. Well, so fun fact. If something is like a named pet, like belongs to somebody as a pet, you can't put them in a cage and you can't chain them up and you can't throw them into a pit pond or any of those things. So unless I like pastured it on, unless I'm like building a drawbridge over a volcano and pen pasturing it there, it's probably fine. But I will immediately geld it. I just realized that the name of my group is so long that it collides. Burn Frost, the hollow glacier of moistness. Hell yeah. I mean, they've made them visible again, so there's not much really to confirm. No, it's a male Peachick. But I generally, when things say that they're patched, usually it does actually patch them. There they go. Dwarves are supposed to feed their pets? Yes. But then it uses food instead of, like, if it's a grazer, and it's a named grazer, like a bunny, right? And you put it in a grazing pasture, totally fine. Like, it'll just feed itself. But if it's a named bunny, and it's in a pasture, and it's not in a pasture, then it is going to use meals, or it'll use actual like food that like your dwarves will be consuming. So do you want to use up potentially rather valuable meals to keep a fucking bunny rabbit alive? Like, is that something you want to do? Because if so, then like, yeah, you can. But like, why? Like, if it's something that like provides a benefit, like alpaca as an example, like, you know, you can get clothing from an alpaca. You can milk an alpaca. I discovered a magma pool. What? Huh. No shit. Meant to do that only one thick. I mean, hopefully you remembered to change your IP address via VPN before you did that, Ratus. Appreciate it, though. 4 to 8 years to create a glor. I mean, I'll say this before it leaves my brain, and then I'll read the YouTube chat. The thing about, like, leaving comments, the reason my most viewed video is my most viewed video is because people got, like, so comment happy with the, like, me blurting out say a word at the end of it that, like, it eclipsed all of my other videos, period, on comments. And I've never had a video get close to that number of comments per minute since, and probably won't for a while. That's the reason that video did so well, is literally because of the number of comments it got. So when I talk about things like, you know, if you like a video, leave a comment, it's because, like, that quite literally is, like, what makes those videos do well is they get comments. All right, let's get this done. And I'm going to go here and dig a hole, and I'm going to go here. I'm going to dig a hole. Digging out the floor and rebuilding it. A scary monster can't come through a place where there isn't a floor. I'm destroying the walls down beneath. Destroying these walls allows lava to flow into here, but there could be things like fire imps or magma crabs down in the lava, and I don't really want those entering my fortress. So the reason I'm building a floor here and then destroying the floor is and then building over the floor is I'm allowing more lava to flow into my reservoir quicker and not worrying about, like, you know, creatures climbing into my little room here. That's why. Magma crabs are quite funny, though. Mostly because they're actually quite peaceful little creatures. But the issue with them is they have limited ammo. So, like, there was one time, I remember a long time ago, the first time I really messed with them, I caught a magma crab. And I was like, I'm going to make a magma crab turret. Put a bunch of dwarves into the magma crab area, and I was like, these dwarves are going to, like, imprison these magma crabs, and we are going to, like, use them as, like, a lava launcher defense. And I was all proud of myself. And then I learned after that they have limited ammunition and need to reload. Like, they need to go into lava to get more lava to keep shooting lava because they have an inventory and they hold lava in their inventory and throw it, technically. So I felt really dumb because they'd already used up all of their lava before I even got them into my turret. And then they never fired lava. Do fire snakes have an icon? Sorry, that's just real cool. I'm a fan. Big fan. Little duder looks so dope. Magma crabs are made out of rock. Like, dwarves can haul their corpses. But, no. However, if you're playing adventure mode and you fill a minecart up with lava, you can walk up to that minecart in adventure mode, pick up a handful of lava and put it in your backpack. If you have an adamantine backpack, the backpack won't burn, but you will still die. Unless you're magma safe. I don't think it's possible to play... Unless you're playing like an angel or something that happens to be magma safe, I don't see there being a way where you could do that without dying. But just the sentence of you can pick up lava and put it in your pocket is, like, up there with, like, being able to pick up a funnel web spider in Dinkum and then put it in your pocket. It may be, like, but, like, if you had a playable crystal person, sure. Sure. I just remember watching a stream of Dinkum once and just seeing, like, funnel web, funnel web, funnel web, funnel web, and just being like, with, like, a magma safe grate. No, but you need to give them a magma pool, basically. I mean, you could do it, probably, but you would have to give them access to lava, and then they would probably just go into the lava and stay in the lava. Basically, I've tried several times with a few different solutions, and none of them really worked. I'm sure you probably could, but not with any of the solutions I've tried, I guess. There's probably a way. I guess I haven't had enough of the will. Okay, so you... Not functional yet. Melt metal object 2, because I've got 2 things that need to be melted. Smelt gold. Native gold ore. It's good to be back, Devilish. It's good to be back. There will be a big blog post soonish about what happened and why I'm a day late. And I didn't really announce it anywhere, but I wanted the video that I released this morning to be out 2 days ago. But if you watch the first 30 minutes of the stream, that'll explain it all. But otherwise, I will have a blog post out at some point soonish. So let's go over here. Slowly and steadily, things are returning back to normal. Also, we're going to be hit by an ad break in 33 seconds. When the ads pop, I will pause game. You know, so YouTube chat says, man, this game and Songs of Six are like modern opium. I can't get enough. Not to be pedantic, but isn't modern opium opium? Like, isn't that just opium? Anyways. Can they shoot through grates, though? Oh, yeah. The thing is, if you give them access to lava, they will just go into the lava and then they won't leave. And if they can't go into the lava, they won't reload. That's the problem. Or rather, I've never seen them do that because I did try that. Although I think I used bars, not grates. Floor is just grates, lava pool below. I mean, a way that you could maybe do it is just have them in a room where lava is constantly flowing through. You could probably do that. I'm just gonna do something real quick. Just say 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 for these. And then, actually, let's set you to 1. And you to 4. This feels more modern? I mean, sure, I guess. We're in an ad break real quick. I'm gonna go get me a fresh can of this stuff because I'm almost done. Now it's done. Be right back. mysterious invisible can of bubbly. So I figured something out, chat. So you know how we did a test embark on this map, and there was polar bear people on the surface when we did the test embark? I have a theory. I think the reason the first time we did the test embark, it erupted into fighting and like a bunch of dwarves like came close to dying. And then the second time that didn't happen. I think the reason it didn't happen the second time is because we didn't embark with dogs or like war animals or any animals that would be aggressive. We just embarked with like alpacas. If we'd embarked with dogs, I think that this fort would have ended very quickly because there was like 12, like a dozen or so of them, polar bear men, like right next to us when we started. So I'd be willing to bet that was the cause of it.
You fucking donkey!
Yes, the dogs were in fact that. Just as Gordon said. Okay, so let's go bars. Oh no. Are you cereal? That... Oh, I also don't have a proper bookkeeper yet. Oh no. Well, that's awkward. Can you move him when he's in a cage? You can move anything in a cage. Something bearded. Pick fun. 409. Trying to be cozy, yeah. You want Alath. Alath for nothing after this, said the dwarf with the wisp. Alath is sloppy with his living space and prone to strong feelings of lust, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is quick to anger and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He isn't particularly curious about the world and doesn't seek out excitement. He can handle stress and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a sense of duty and he tends to think before acting. When he runs his fingers through his hair when he's bored, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values nature and sees war as a useful means to an end, and sees value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, sees merrymaking as a waste and respects power and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes limonite, nickel, and red tourmaline, as well as buzzard leather. Giant lion Tavern parchment, squares, gloves, and skinless fiends. Why does everybody like demons for their horrifying features? And the words of the East Price and the sound of the lavender or aquamarine and the sight of the play of rhymes. And when possible, prefers to consume persimmon wine and pomegranates and absolutely hates blood gnats. That's the third dwarf that likes demons. You're the one with the pet bunny, you monster. And you're a member of the Faith of Shadows, worshipping Dodo, who's the god of something? Dodo is an extinct god, obviously. The god of mist, right. Time bomb is secretly a demon. It's not a secret. We know. We just know that. At least I do. Well, this is lovely. I fucked up, chat. I'll have to melt picks. great. If they weren't underneath these trees, I would just drop a bunch of shit on them. I'm gonna see if I can melt that copper spear. I'm just gonna go to the burrow real quick. Just enable it. Okay, so in theory, they should be able to get to that. Assign everybody to this. We're gonna melt a metal object. Let's see if they can do it. Because that'll give me enough, probably, to make an axe. They just turn into their true form and kill everything. Yeah. Haha! I am a genius! Motherfucker! You shall not defeat me and my mental prowess. All right, let's turn off this burrow. Hell fucking to the yeah. Now the real question is that gonna give me enough to make a singular block? I mean, I really love when you have like Armadillo Man Necromancer. Like animal people necromancers are always funny. Necrontier? Always. There we go, we now have a copper bar. All right. Copper. Battle axe. We should be good. Hey chat, this is where I bow to the audience. We are achieving the goal, and I can make beds. We also need to figure out what I should make with gold, because I've just got gold. Cold Warhammer literally can't do that, unless somebody makes an artifact. But that's not a vanilla thing. There are cougar people, and I don't just mean the 40-plus ladies. Shadow Absorber. I've seen cougar women in various points of nobility before. Which are most lady necromancers, to be fair. Good as all. How do you stop possession? Chat, do we tell them? Possession is good. YouTube chat. Like, if dwarves are getting possessed, that's good. You want that. Okay, it has a copper battle axe now. Like, explicitly, possession is a good thing. They're making an artifact. That's all that means. And as far as dwarves wanting many temples, multiple dwarves of the same religion want that temple. So if you have 15 dwarves in one religion, then they want the temple. So you should make the temple. Like, the game is, it's kind of funny, actually. Dwarf Fortress has some goals, but they're pretty small, right? It's like, you have to satisfy guild halls, you have to make temples. And people are constantly asking, it's like, what, like, could you add, like, a tech tree or this or that to Dwarf Fortress to, like, add progression to Dwarf Fortress? It's like, Dwarf Fortress has some progression and some goals and some things that it wants you to do. It's just nobody does them. Like, everybody just complains about them. It's like, well, make up your mind. What do you want? Do you want, like, progression in Dwarf Fort, or do you want, you know, not progression? So the next thing I need to do is I need to get liquid from down here. I'm thinking this is where I'm going to pump it from, because this is already draining. But I could probably go to, like, right here. This is going to be such a fucking pain in the ass. Holy shit, right here, this fucking thing. Need a place that's wide enough for me to get through the... Could be right here. Let's just go up and down to where the aquifer is. Then we'll go up from here to there. It's too smooth, granted you're a noob. You need to remember, I know that you're just like joking around, but like, you need to remember that I have streamed, according to the website Twitch Tracker, which isn't the best one, but it's just the one with the easiest to read user interface if you've never seen Twitch stats before. I have streamed like 14,000 hours of this game. So you gotta remember that. You start slow and build them up. Yeah. Some things I think work better as like a solo player versus a live streamed broadcast, you know, because High Syndicate in YouTube chat says that they've gone on a kick of making multi-generational forts. I don't generally play forts longer than 30 years these days. I mean, I've done several forts that went for like 100-ish years, but they just, the audience loses interest. I mean, earlier today there was somebody who's just like, yeah, no, I only watch new forts. It's like, yep, no, that is a very large portion of people who watch this game, is they only watch when a brand new fort starts, the day the new fort starts, and then like never again. And this is my job, so gotta pay the bills. Can't pay the bills if people don't watch. Goddamn capitalism. Just gonna make a little dining hall right here and make this centerpiece into my tavern. And I think I'll do a wood circle around the edge. Although it kind of doesn't help that I personally find the slow pace of those games to be a little bit uninteresting myself. Like multi-generational forts. Maybe like every 3 weeks. Or 2 weeks. It'll take like 10,000 hours to be a pro at something. They say that. I don't know how true that is. I think it depends on what you're doing. It didn't take me 10,000 hours to be a pro at like breathing. I mean, I would say that the time probably wouldn't be worth the effort at that point, High Syndicate, but do I play Caves of Cud still? I play Caves and Cud in fits and starts. I've owned it since 2015 when it released on Steam in Early Access, and I binge play it. So when I get the itch, I play like 100 hours of it in 2 weeks, and then I don't touch it for 2 years. In a don't touch it for 2 years period. So just because I haven't played it in a long time doesn't mean I don't play it anymore. It just means I haven't played it in a while. And it has been a while, but I don't have the itch right now at all. I probably will get the itch sometime in the next 365 days-ish. All right, this I'm gonna make into my tavern. I'm gonna go up to here and delete the tavern because that was the tavern up until nowzers. I wouldn't, because I would be dead. Nomald. You know, I'm one of those big bummer people, which is always the like, oh, you know, when the world ends or the zombie apocalypse happens or whatever, like, what would you do? And I'd be like, I would walk into the ocean or jump off the highest object I could find and go splat, because I would die of like slow and painful death as the world runs out of insulin. So don't share water with me; it would be a waste. Canadian faction uses syrup. True. True. It's like the robots use oil. That's actually one of my favorite little side bits, is that they use oil. The Nightmares of Watchfulness. Look at this. We've got a goblin poet around. Confederacy of Abbeys. That's a human faction. This is a human culture. Goblin. He's allegedly got a beard. Allegedly. He's got a wife. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to make a carpenter shop kind of wherever. I'm going to make beds. Just make 30 of them. And I'm going to make one cage. 30 of them. 5 of them. 6 of them? 6 of them. So I stop getting those canceled tasks. I don't know. I think that I might not be the best person to select for such things, but I could, I don't know. I know some wilderness survival stuff, but not many. Well, I apologize for my insensitivity. C'est la vie, Mitara, YouTube channel. Glad you survived, though. You'd win? Win what? You know, I have a personal theory that whenever, like, you're talking about what would you do in the post-apocalypse kind of setup, the person that says I'd win, or I'd take over, or, like, I'd survive, I'd be fine, is the first person to die. You know, it's sort of like, it's sort of like how in the slasher flick, it's the person who gets laid is the first person to die, you know? It's like that is like the post-apocalypse thing. The person's like, oh yeah, no, everything will be fine. We'll be totally cool. Like the prepper's just like, when the bombs go off, I've got my bomb shelter, everything will be fine. Bomb hits his house. Even if they have the bunker set up, still the first person to die. Because, like, if they're a prepper, right, and, like, that's their personality, and they talk all the time about how they're a prepper and how they're, like, posting on YouTube and social media about how they've built bunkers in their basement, and then their neighbor just, like, walks in with a machete, cuts them in half, and takes the bunker. Like, they're the first person to die. You're just putting a really big target on your face. The thing is, you want to be the person next door being quiet with the big weapon, right? So that when the world ends, you're then the one who successfully takes over the thing that will help you survive forever. I'm just saying, they're exactly. They're just advertising an all you need to survive survival kit. And actually, this one, spin thread. This one I'm going to set to daily. It's going to start spinning thread. Started playing Dwarf Fortress this week. Tutorial fort continuously for 8 hours and stopped. I mean, the tutorial fort is not like any different than a normal fort. It just gives you some direction initially and tries to put you somewhere where you're not going to die immediately, and that works most of the time. Sometimes it doesn't, and I personally find that hysterical. Like, whenever people are just like, so I started the tutorial, and there's just, like, a dragon on their map, or, like, they're right next to a bunch of necromancers, and they just get murked immediately. Fucking love that shit. I personally find that to be one of the funniest things that could happen in this here video game. But, you got a necromancer tower next to the tutorial fort that you did? There you go. I don't know. Sounds like it's time to start a new fort or play an adventure in that same world. You could go explore your fort. I'm just going to, make a barracks up here, I think. I also need an office for the mayor. Or not the mayor, the manager / bookkeeper. I will need an office for the mayor. Safe to say that the fort didn't last long. I mean, I've had forts that don't last long that happen to be next to a necromancer just because they happen to be next to a necromancer. Holy shit, 64 gold. Let's do... Man, gold coins. Let's make some gold chains. Gold crutch. Gold splint. That's what we'll start off with. Yeah, no, there was that. I mean, returning to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress was a journey, to say the least. And this one go all the way up to here. I think it's also safe to say that this glacier ain't melting anytime soon. Also, I don't actually need to go up this high. So let's start digging up here. So if I dig out this layer and fill this layer up with lava, this will melt and this will melt. If I go up to the... If I dig out this one, two. So this one will melt, but this one won't. So I have to do it on this level. Do you know what a splint is? Why would you be brushing your teeth with a splint? We'll just let them do that, that's fine. They will be digging for a while. Hello. Might need to go one more layer down. Yes and no. You are correct, but it's also not. Actually, here's what I think I need to do. Because I need to I need to melt this layer. Why? What? I don't know why they're hanging out up here. Because like this will cave in and turn it into obsidian, correct? But the thing is, actually, I might need to channel out the whole surface. Like I might need to go to this layer and like channel up.
What up?
What up, Buttercup? I'm thinking. I think I know how I need to do this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel everything that I'm designating here. I'm going to dig out literally all of layer 39. All of it. I'm going to go around the edge, and I'm going to channel it down. All the way around the edge. Then I'm going to cave it in. That's what I'm going to do. And then, not this level, but here, I'll dig out this whole layer too. And flood that layer. Type an exclamation point goal. Gloves. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for gloves? The other thing I need is I need a lot of pickaxes. So I'm going to make a squad. I think it was Can Drizzle. Yeah. No uniform. And I'ma say, namaste. I'm gonna say go to this human hamlet and demand a one-time tribute. Go. We're gonna start doing that. Just demanding one-time tribute, because I need metal that can be made into pickaxes. I don't have any metal that can be made into pickaxes right now. Supposedly this map has silver on it, but I haven't found any. So I believe that it exists. But I haven't found any. You migrated from YouTube? Cheers. I do talk to the Twitch chat more consistently because it's generally a more active chat. I know that there's quite a few people that watch on YouTube with the chat closed, and also quite a few people that watch on YouTube and just type in Twitch chat anyway, so. I do look at the YouTube chat, but it's just easier to focus on one and check the other one occasionally. Except for the, the odd day where the YouTube chat is busy, which happens sometimes, but it's usually not the norm. Looks like I ran out of polished stones somehow, and I'm not totally sure how, but we'll polish some stones. How many more shale blocks am I making? Let's do another 50. Cheers. Solid. I have to put lava under the glacier, but I have like until Time Bomb dies, and Time Bomb is right here. Time Bomb is a pet now, so I'm not going to accidentally butcher Time Bomb, so that's good. I should make Time Bomb a gold statue and a gold room to live in, and then I need to surround like Time Bomb with maybe like something, but put Time Bomb over here and give Time Bomb their space to properly be respected by the fortress. Yeah, it's totally fair. Syndicate. I do know that there are some people who just prefer the YouTube player, and it works better on some devices, so you watch wherever's more convenient for you. But I do respond to the Twitch chat faster. It's just kind of a fact. Is Galena a chance for silver? Sure, certainly, but I haven't found any. So if I found some, I mean, if I go to, well, let's just get this built. This is going to go to my expedition leader, who's now going to be my bookkeeper as well, I guess. Oh, I selected 409, not expedition leader. Would help if I unpaused the game. I was like, wow, that mining is slow. But no, Galena is like, what, 20% silver? It's mostly lead with like a chance of silver. As far as I knew. It's 50% chance? Okay. Then I have to go through this, which is going to be kind of a pain, but oh well, won't be too bad. Probably just channel through all these one at a time and just smooth up the edges. So just go down to here, smooth everything, go down one, smooth it, 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 then construct floors in each level. Thankfully, it's only a handful of levels, so it won't be too big of a deal. Because this is all Aquifer. It won't take too long. Tetra whatever, tetrahedrite? That's 20? Okay, sure. That makes some sense. Nice, we've got gold chains, gold statues. I was gonna make one of the right thing. Gold statue, but I never told them what to make a statue out of. Let's say 2 of Time Bomb. Time Bomb, Time Bomb. KV. So chat, what did you guys get up to last week while I was gone? I mean, I vanished for a whole week because I had a bit of a staycation, and then just a bunch of chaos happened after that, so what did you guys get up to? If I can ask. Let's also make some gold toys. Just a couple. Well, it's pretty nice. I mean, it's like living on the mainland, but it's a smaller town, and I grew up in a smaller town, so it's more homey. Where I lived previously, like, just had too many people. Things were too far apart. Public transit was fine, but not great. I mean, it's not great here either, but, like, things are closer together, and there's a much better, like, general accessibility to biking infrastructure. So it's just a more pleasant place in general. I like it here. Okay, so my first mission is returned. You did drugs in the dentist? Did the dentist do anything else, or did you just like rob a dentist? That's quite the heist if you did. It's impressive. A tribute agreement proposed was rejected. Well, that's fine. The Fellowship of Dabbling can now dabble in their fellowship with me. Wish I could just propose a trade agreement. No, I'm not going to propose a trade agreement with the kobolds because they will just say no. Sorry, did that say what I thought it did? Okay, this is the Kingdom of Faith, a human faction. Trampled heather. I thought that said trampled leather and was going to make a joke. Oh, well. Rip. You get tooth pulled? Well done. Yeah, Victoria area. I mean, that's not a secret. It's all over my social media. Well, I've always put the city I live in my social media. But yeah, no, it's weird living somewhere where people willingly visit, like people intentionally visit. People would visit where I used to live. I used to live in Surrey. And if somebody was visiting Surrey, it's because they thought they booked a hotel in Vancouver, but actually booked a hotel in Surrey. Like, people would never intentionally visit Surrey. Something that's like is kind of funny about Surrey. I mean, I used to actively avoid Surrey too. So do most people who live in Surrey, in Vancouver, in like the Greater Vancouver area version of Surrey. Same with Abbotsford and Langley. I avoided those places as well. Well, actually, that's not true. I've intentionally visited Surrey because my parents live there, right? Like, especially since moving away, I've intentionally visited Surrey because, once again, my parents live there. So there's like a legitimate reason to visit Surrey now because my parents live there. If my parents didn't live there, I wouldn't intentionally visit Surrey. You can drive a motor vehicle. Nutty Wombat. Abbey's actually worse than Surrey. For the reasons I don't like Surrey, it's worse. It's further away from everything. Public transit is less accessible and worse, and everything is further away. It's like a worse version of Surrey. In many ways, if not almost every way. I'm amazed these dwarves are as happy as they are. Who's the happiest? Are you just happy because you have a lover? You want to pray to your god? Yeah. Yeah, you're just happy about your lover. Typical. I'm just going to give you a star because you weren't one of the starting 7. You will never see me then. Dirty bum. So you, like, grew up in, like, the middle of nowhere, not a small town. Because, like, I grew up in a small town, but I grew up in a small town that was, like, close to things. Like, the nearest city was, like, a 20-minute drive. Well, rather, the nearest place with a population above 1,000 was like a 20-minute drive. I'm sorry for you. Hopefully you escape one day. Dirty bum. Alright, well at least we have some beds now. Yeah, I can safely say that I will never live somewhere that requires you to drive to get groceries ever again. Unless I end up moving in with somebody who's willing to be my personal chauffeur for literally everything, because I would be a useless hunk of garbage instead of that, like, can't get out or do anything, instead of just a useless hunk of garbage who doesn't go out or do anything. I mean, it was a joke, and I stand by my joke. I hope that you escape. Just because you've been other places doesn't mean that you're staying where you are currently willingly. I've lived in quite a few places in my life, and I wasn't willingly staying in Surrey. I lived in Surrey because that was where I had cheap rent. You came back? Okay, well then. You're ruining my joke, man. Fine, be that way. I give up. I'm glad you live where you love. Don't play along. Bah! Well, I mean, I do go out. Right now I can't go out because I got a broken foot, but... Which turns out is a pretty good incentive for the food delivery guy who delivered my groceries to carry them up into the building for me, which they don't have to do. Might just keep this, like, splint around and then just show up whenever I order groceries, and then I walk out to the front of the building. Just be like, hey, you know, a little help. Sort of like how the easiest way to get a seat on a bus is, like, go on a bus with my sister-in-law, and she just, like, whips out her cane. I mean, sure, how to always have a chair around, cut off your legs is a true fact. I'd rather have a foot, thanks. I'm already missing enough, like, functional organs, and you've told me to chop off my foot, like, at least 3 times today. So I will just reiterate, I am missing enough internal organs. I don't need to lose any external extremities. I went down 2 levels. I only wanted to go down 1. Rather, I have them. They're just not functional. It's also a real good way to get kicked off the bus and or banned from public transit. Unless you mean, like, by getting to the seat faster. Or wait, are you suggesting you're beating them with the cane? Because if you're suggesting you're beating them with the cane, that's I'm back in on the joke. That's funny. Was hopeful that Kesserite was silver, but it's not. I'll tell you this. I live alone, and I've lived alone. I guess this is a year. Right. It's year 7 of living alone. I like living in the city. And, like, even if I did have access to, like, getting out and getting out into the country, and if I had the option to live, like, an hour outside of town or whatever, I would probably still live in the city, living alone. Simply for the fact that I am unhealthy in my own head. Genuinely. Turn the lights on because the sun's going down. So the green screen doesn't get fucked. I'm unhealthy in my own head when left to my own mental devices. And I think that if I lived in the country, I would be hanging from the ceiling. Not alive anymore. A couple of years ago, if I lived all on my own. I don't need another human. I've already got one. Well, actually, I've already got one. Might as well have 2. It's like I realize that that's grim, but it's just like I don't think living outside of society would be healthy for me. Like, where I live right now, it's to the point where, like, if I don't show up at this one place that I go every weekend, the owner would probably call me. Be like, you good? And I think that that's kind of important for my long-term existence. I do think that the wilderness is very peaceful, though, which is why I love to visit. But it's not like like, middle of nowhere places isn't somewhere I could ever see myself living in a healthy manner. At least not in the long term. But, you know, that also is just me and doesn't go for everybody. So your mileage will absolutely vary, and live in the place that works for you. Just going to butcher some things. I'm going to specifically butcher the bull. I'm gonna geld the bunny. I'm gonna geld time bomb too. Yeah, let's do that for the moment. Did I just like queue up an infinite task for polished stones? I must have. That's gonna take a while. Let's just pause the game real quick. Okay, so you're all done. But I don't know. The last city that I lived in, I might as well have lived in the middle of nowhere because it's really difficult to like explain the culture of different places unless you've lived there. But the culture of Surrey, British Columbia, Canada is that city. The way I started to describe it towards the end was that's not a city. Like it's not a place with like an identity or a culture. It's a proxy city or a suburb. Although to me, a proxy city is worse than a suburb. People often want to live in suburbs. I don't know why, but like people move there intentionally. Surrey is just a big plot of not a whole lot with no real functional nightlife. People don't do things in the city. They don't hang around people. They don't really talk with people. And the only thing people do is they get into their car and they drive to Vancouver. Or they go to one of the neighboring cities that actually has interesting stuff to do. So the reality is, what would you like to name? Cassie Cat thing? So the reality of living there was like, I lived in that city for 4 years before I met my next door neighbor, and I had the same next door neighbor for those 4 years. And I met her because the fire alarm went off. Like that, and living here where I live now, in less than a year, I think I know every single person who lives in this building. Like people just talk to each other. Give water. Who are we trying to give water to? I'm just gonna open this door because I need a water source. It's probably some livestock that I'm not seeing. Nope, not sure. It's a little odd. The jeweler? Like as in this dwarf? What are we naming the jeweler? Are we naming it after you or something else? Totally. Like some people like that, right? But for me, it meant that as somebody who can't drive, it meant that in order for me to go out or do anything, because I like to go out and do things, because that's healthy for me, that required me walking to public transit, which took 20 minutes, then getting on the train for a minimum of 40 minutes. And I would much prefer, if given the option, like I can get up right now and in under 5 minutes be at a place I like hanging out at. And if it's earlier in the day, because it's 4 p.m. now, in like less than that, I could be at a coffee shop that I quite like, but they close at 2, so. So it's like, I have basically everything I need within 2 blocks. And when you don't drive, that's exceptionally valuable. And I think for me will always be more valuable than the alternative. Oh, we were gelding the rabbit. Hold on. The buck rabbit attacks the peasant, but she jumps away. Peasant got some dodging XP. Just after you. Okay. Cassie Cat Thing, who is the fortress's personal jeweler, gem cutter, galley trusted, is completely unmoved by art or the beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork in its creation. He's sometimes cruel, and he can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He's quite comfortable with others that have different appearance or culture, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He often feels discouraged and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He tries to keep his things orderly and is slow to trust others. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a greedy streak and he is assertive, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He stomps his feet repeatedly when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. No, totally. I mean, we all have our own personalities, right? Like, I'm just speaking to my own experience. The reality is, like, I'm disabled, right? Because my eyes don't work very well. If I could drive, I grew up in the country and fucking loved it. If I had, like, me thinking about what it would be like for me to live in the middle of nowhere or further away or in a very small town sounds like hell because of the situation that my life has put me in. But, like, if I could drive, I guarantee you I would live outside of town. Because I liked that a lot growing up. Also, I would have been able to buy a house instead of just a condo. Yeah. He personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, values loyalty and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. He values eloquence and values a harmonious existence and dreams of mastering a skill. Oopsies, I did not mean to click out of that screen. You're patient and musical, but you have a poor kinesthetic sense. You have no friends in the fort. You're a member of the Faith of Shadows who worships the god of mist. You like horn silver, sterling silver, picture jasper, walnut wood, and cheetah tooth. The color raspberry pink, doors, and figurines and guinea fowls for their social nature. The words of the sports of beginning and the sound of the lavender aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume koala. You like to eat the drop bear. Drop that bear right in your mouth. And sheep cheese and dwarven beer and horse's milk, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Your head would deteriorate? Yeah, I remember getting, like, quite literally an order from a counselor that I was seeing a couple of years ago, because I had a lot of shit I had to work through. And she literally was like, you have to go out and be in public. Like, go talk to people in person. And I think, like, part of the reason for me needing to be around people is, I don't know what y'all do for work. I don't know what everybody's job is, obviously. But I can tell you this. I felt the polar opposite of the way I do now when I had a job where I worked around and with people. Like, straight up. Like, it was I don't want to be around people. I'm, like, drained. I need a break. I need to go to bed. Like, I want to be alone for a while. I don't leave my apartment for 5 days a week. Basically. Like, I don't need to go out the front door to do anything. I have to, like, force myself to go outside to do things. Which could be, like, you know, as simple as getting groceries. I fucking hate those titles because I don't think either of them describe me. Like, I find both of them to be, like, painfully inaccurate in regards to introvert, extrovert, and such. I really dislike those titles. Really, 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 really dislike. Okay, so in order to do this, I'm going to have to remove the edge. I need 2 wide. Okay. You think that rabbit is why you like demons? Rabbit? You mean the caving? I did too. That's why I went to counseling. Travis? Like, I was so bad at it for a good while there, and, like, bad at being around people and bad at talking to people and bad at communicating. Although the pandemic, like, is what hammered it home for me. Like, it got so bad. Like, I Like, I put myself in a psych ward at one point in my life. And I had 2 appointments before I said more than 3 words to my counselor. 2 appointments. So, yep, can relate. It took 19 sessions and then private counseling, but I made it. I can talk to people again. Good morning, Emily. It's 4:11 p.m. But hi, it's good to see you. Food supply going up. We got yak leather. Got tons of alpaca wool. You'll love to see it. 9:12 a.m. Morning. I mean, I'm a big fan of internet mornings, so of course it's morning. When you log in, it's morning, regardless of your local time. What poem are you speaking? It must have been Ray's. What did you do, Ray? Example of the umber silver. The writing is quite cruel, but it's masterful. It's a poetic narrative intended to renounce mining. What? The fuck are you doing here? Excuse me, sir. That is a crime against my people. Why can't you banish guests? That's that. Yeah, Dave. Exactly. Just throw him in jail. I can't, not without any probable cause. Someone needs to commit a crime before I can convict him of a crime. This is not a... Does this look like a dwarf to you? I'm the one with bad vision. Okay, I thought a fire alarm was going off. Nope, it's just a backup signal on a truck. Yeah, so this is a goblin that's telling a poetry that renounces mining. We love mining in these parts, yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's much I can really do. I can't boot him out, so if he asks to live here, I'll be like, fuck no. Abso-frickin-lutely not. We don't welcome you here, goblin. I'll have to tell that goblin to gobble these nuts. We're in an ad break. Okay, now I'm hearing honking horns. There's an ad break playing, and I want to know what people are honking at. There's fewer things stupider in nature than humans and cars. There's a dump truck backing out of a construction site that's maybe a block and a half up the street, and a person pulled up too close to it, and it was backing into him, and they were honking at it, and it's like... Can't fix stupid. It's the only way out. He'll love mining if it's the only way out. Unfortunately, he won't dig out. He'll just stand there and get annoyed. It's like going into a Midwestern household and demanding seasonings. I choose just simply to not go into a Midwestern household. Simple. It's like going into a vegan house and demanding veal? I mean, not quite. Although I will say, my older sister's husband is from the Midwest, and he fucking loves salt. And last I checked, salt is a seasoning. Maybe you're saying like Midwestern house with a family that is under the age of like, or over the age of 57. It's just like there's no heavy variety of seasoning. Spices, sure, yeah, you're not gonna get curry powder out there. Well, I mean, you probably can. You just have to go to the specialty grocery store. It's neither mid nor it's west. There's plenty of things in the west that are mid. Okay, so I want this to come up from here. It's just a yummy veggie? It depends. Because garlic can be a spice, but it can also just be like raw garlic. Raw garlic, sure. You could call it like a root vegetable. But dried garlic is a spice. Like once processed, garlic becomes a spice, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's like salt water is salt water. Once processed, it becomes more than just salt water. It becomes salt. It becomes a different substance at that point. There we go. Like I said, I think it, like here, if you go to a restaurant, right, and they cater to seniors, will not have seasoning. If you go to a restaurant and it caters to, you know, anybody up below the age of 65, probably will have seasoning. It's like an age divide thing. Okay, so that's a human. I don't really want a human in my fort if I don't need it. Okay, so now that that's been forbidden, I'm going to go here and I'm going to go bars, floor bars, boop, boop. All right. You didn't even think about it as a spice? Because it's like borderline necessary, which is why it was so valuable, you know, in history. Because it's like borderline necessary to make most foods. Same with things like oils. Lots of dairy, very little heat. Yeah, that actually, that's very true. For like Midwestern food is like, they're like the British. Like they're not a big fan of like spicy food unless it's like an immigrant household. Although there's spice in like Cajun cooking though. In Korea, it's the opposite. I've seen some people like almost throw up in their mouth when I give them kimchi for the first time because they freak out about how spicy it is, and I just kind of giggle to myself a little bit. Am I a bad person? Don't answer that. I know the answer. Sure, but it's a spice that people aren't used to, right? Like, There are spices that like affect the back of your throat. You know, to throw an example out there, like horseradish, you can just kind of like inhale, exhale through it and be good. But then there are spices where like you kind of can't do that. And if somebody's not used to that kind of spice, they like act like they're gonna die. And it's, to me, very funny. But, you know, that's because I'm not really affected by those types of foods. And that, like I said, makes me a bad person, probably. All right, so this is going to be the pasture of the time bomb. I caught a troll and a troglodyte. That was friggin' fast. I don't know what you're talking about, Emily. You love those golden curry blocks? I like making my own homemade soup blocks. It's one of my favorite things to do. I've also made my own homemade curry blocks before. They're also quite tasty. Oh, got a troglodyte right there. What a troglodyte. Oh, the time bomb. Type an exclamation point goal and it'll make a lot more sense, trust me. I have a time bomb, and it's a nickname because when it dies, it's not that the fort is over, but when the fort is over, if time bomb is dead, or rather, when time bomb dies, of old age or otherwise, the fort ends. If this isn't an ocean. You've been getting Zeppelin lately, but I used to get dinner curry a lot. Eh. Global warming? Lava. Shenanigans. Basically, I have to dig out all of this layer and all of this layer. That's what I need to do. Which actually also... How did that other mission go? I'm demanding tribute from a bunch of people. We talking a whole map wet? I mean, I want to get a whole map wet. But if I start to get concerned about time, maybe? Maybe just bits? No, I'm trying to make this into an island fort. Is there much it removes like if it's removing any faction rep, it is so minuscule. I've never once had a war start because of it. I'm just gonna stop and allowing visitors. I'm getting kind of tired of them already. Just kind of don't trust them. Just a bit of a liability, especially after that very offensive goblin. This goblin was reciting a poem about, like, how do I put this? This goblin was reciting a poem denouncing mining earlier. Uh-oh. Well, Well, we appear to have a dead troglodyte and an injured dwarf who's now going to go off and demand tribute, who now has, like, is literally naked, because all of his clothes got shredded. Well, that's fun. Hold up. I think I should probably get some clothing industry up and running. What? You're naked? Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. I also need a hospital. Well, okay. How about I put a hospital, like, right here? So I can dig out these. And I can just dig straight down into here and we can have a little well. I mean, you got to get the redemption to do that then. You'll make it. Although broadcasting that you want it is either a really good way to get a dwarf immediately or literally never get a dwarf. Because you remind other people that the cooldown exists. I read that as like Among Us later on. The internet has destroyed my brain. Mm-hmm. I mean, naturally, you're naked because you want to fight against a troglodyte successfully. Oh, actually, there's 2 dead troglodytes now. All right, we need a doctor. Need a doctor like yesterday. Actually, no, I'm not even going to bother with that. This is just going to be my hospital now. Oh, ended up with 2 bone doctors. There we go. Let's just get these dwarves moved. I'm also going to put the dwarves back into the burrow. And then lock this door. Great. My diagnoser is one of the injured ones. Rest. There we go. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Diagnosed yourself as in pain. There you go. Random female dwarf. Do I have any unnamed random female dwarves? Yes, I do. I hope you like doctoring, because that's your job now. She is assertive and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations due to her natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is curious and also eager to learn. She is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents and enjoys the company of others. She sometimes has little determination and confidence, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally sees introspection as important and does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes mudstone bronze and green jade and tea wood, as well as the color amethyst, bracelets, and the sound of the lavender of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout, potato wine, and maize flour, and absolutely hates snails. I feel like most humans do, even those who claim they don't, Emily. Because if we didn't have nature, we'd all be dead. Also, we are part of nature. Personally, oh wait, maybe that's not a good excuse. Like, that would be a reason to hate nature. Anyway, it has very long hair, which is neatly combed, and her upturned nose is broad. She has a son named Tekid, and a lover named Datan, who doesn't live here. Welcome to the fort. And you're running away in fear from something? Oh. A troglodyte. If it would go north, that would actually be very helpful. because then it would go get caught in a cage trap. There we go. Sweet. Convenient. I say so. We also have a Drothla. I'm going to see if I can just let out. Mr. Drothla, you can leave. There you go. All right. We've got these fancy-ass golden crutches that are getting brought. A little heavy, but... I mean, very similar to Canada. We got a little bit of everything. Although Korea, tiny baby country. Maybe one day it'll grow up and be big. But then again, I feel that way about most countries. It's nothing personal, it's just... Needs cleaning, needs dressing, needs cleaning. Okay. A lot kind of similar to elves in fiction. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's like the case actually for a lot of countries. In regards to population dwindling. You'd be a plump helmet man? Would you now? I think you're a dwarf, actually. In fact, a naked dwarf. Come on, dwarf here. Oh, yeah, I found the aquifer earlier than I thought I was going to. Sweet. That's actually very convenient. Let's just do this instead. It's super convenient, actually. Can you get some clothes? No. Currently, the injured dwarves take priority. I'll get you some clothes after that, though. You want to see a tool thingy so you can see the aquifers below one layer? It's very easy to cheat that. Reveal all and then turn on the mining tool. But that is cheating. Doesn't mean that you can't do it, but it does mean that it's cheating. Let's actually go up. Like, there's not a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress where I'm just, like, directly like, that's cheating. I usually just say that feels like cheating, but I don't know. Knowing where an aquifer is cheating. And that'll be my well. That seems like a very expensive sword. Wait, hold on. Are you talking about like a real sword? Or are you talking about like, you know, not a real sword? Because that seems like a lot of money to pay for a sword. You know what? I think I'm just gonna leave this as is. Let's go up to here and make us a well. No, okay. So I need wooden buckets. I've got chains and everything else. Because you need cleanings, right? Yeah, they all just need cleanings. I just need a well. I just need a water source. That's literally all I need. Almanac, I need you to go do some officing, please. Let's make some buckets. That's a bed. Bucket. Bucket. Make sure that this area's in the burrow. It is. Cool. Buckets are mostly used for medicine. In this case, it's being used for medicine. Like, they need to clean wounds, and they use buckets to clean wounds. But in this case, I'm using them in a well. Oh, I need a mechanism. Never mind! No, they're cleaning wounds with water. And when they feel happy after receiving water, they're not happy because they were given water as a drink. No, no, no. Now that would be torture. No, they're giving... Oh, sure. I'll take Banner Closet. This person, Mr. I have a spear and nothing else. Lord Consort. Hunting for sport. Good luck. Their person thing, sir. Now I'm just waiting for a rock to get brought over here. Everybody will die. Emily.LGBT. Eventually. I mean, they're still in their sword phase, B-52. Don't worry, they'll get there. They'll get past it. That or it'll be a, it's not a phase mom thing forever. I like associate swords, especially like decorative swords, complete, like 100% with, like, you know, the... What is it? Whatever the company is that like sells shit on TV. I associate like fake swords and that with like the knives guy. Looks cool as fuck. Okay, I'm glad you feel that way. Also, shoutouts to this character who left a copper spear right there. Yeah, QVC is what I'm thinking. There we go. Wait, what? I wonder what you killed. HSN was the knives and swords guy? I always thought that was QVC. But Do I have to repeat myself? Because I will repeat myself. Like, my dad has a sword, right? It's his great-grandfather's. To me, that's a sword that's worth having. But as chat said, like, the cost of the sword that you're talking about barely covers the cost of materials, which to me makes it a tchotchke. That doesn't make it bad. You can enjoy having it. And that is entirely fine and valid. However, if you're paying for something that doesn't even cover the cost of materials, that relegates it to a tchotchke. And you're allowed to like tchotchkes. I have plenty. I have a fucking 3D printed skull in a flower pot. We all have tchotchkes. We're all allowed to have it. But if, like, you brag about a tchotchke and someone goes, "Pfft, it's a tchotchke," don't be surprised. Because it's still a tchotchke. I have a question, though. Are you talking, like, I don't know what a miracle blade is. Is that like a kitchen knife? Because a utility knife is very different than a decorative wall sword, which is what we're talking about here. We're talking about that, for clarity, here, in case you missed or didn't get the details here. A tchotchke is a doohickey, a knick-knack, a thing that you keep because you like it. That doesn't necessarily have a use or a purpose or a benefit to you as a person. It is simply an object what you keep because you like it. Is it Yiddish? I don't know. My Oma used to say it, and she didn't speak Yiddish, so. It's like a cool gadget. Sure, you know? Like, if you keep a toy... Like, if you're an adult buying a Transformer, that's a tchotchke. It's not a toy anymore, really. Closed captions keep... Okay. I actually don't know how to spell tchotchke now that we're talking about it. Words that sound Yiddish but aren't. I don't know enough Yiddish to even be able to begin to discuss this. I also have, like, none of that culture in my family. But that's just a word that I've always kind of, I don't know, appropriated probably. Like, Schadenfreude would be another word that, like, although I actually have German in my family, so. You grant me permission. I mean, what is English if not, like, the language that the British use, which means we steal everything and claim it's ours, which is why Schadenfreude is an English word and you can't have it back, Germany. It's kind of not wrong. Can you really, like, disagree with that? The only difference is I guess we don't put them in museums. What, it's a doohickey that you keep that doesn't matter, Bearded Armor? We're in an ad break, so I should clearly pause the game. Tried to put your stream on your TV and got caught looping on you saying decorative sword. And when you put it back on your phone, the first thing you said was... I love it when reality creates unintended humor. That is very funny, actually. Now I'm really curious as to why it, like, got stuck looping. I feel like I would just, like, play pause or, like, back out and reload it on the TV. You have a Lego Dell server rack on your desk? What? Did Dell make branded Lego? Or is that, like, one of those not Lego Legos? You know, like Mega Blix? Was it a promo thing? Huh. Okay. The most interesting new consumer things, as far as I'm concerned, at the Consumer Electronics Expo is all Lego related, so, you know, smart Lego, chat. I'm just gonna say those words in that order. Smart Lego. I don't like the name of this hospital, the home of Rims. The home of healers, there we go. Home of healers, we'll call it that, that's much better. No. Clyde Izzle. Just like you can't have clothes, actually. I could probably actually give you clothes now that we actually have cloth. Actually, there you are. Yeah, you're still running around naked. So I need... let's just do, like... Make a pair of yarn gloves. God, I love this new wording. So it actually says the number of things you're making if it's a multi-thing. Like mugs make 3, and it says make 3 rock mugs now. I love the fact that it's like pair of socks. Okay, I can't say of, just socks. But like, oh, it's so good. Yarn togas. We're making you a toga. And what are most of these dwarves running around in? Dresses? Fancy. Well, the X's are just like the amount of damage that the item has taken. Here comes Emily with the gold chain. It's not a pair of trousers? I think a pair of trousers works, but what throws me off is there's somebody I know that refers to a singular pair of pants as pant, not plural, like singular. I don't think I could ever verbally do that, even though I think that's actually grammatically correct. That's you. I don't know. It's like I have to go put on my pant. It's like, what? Right. Clyde Izzle. Also, how you doing today, Bob? It's good to see you. What about Butthead, then? That just reads like Beavis to me. This isn't the fastest well, but hey, it's a well, and it's an automatically refilling well, so that's kind of a big deal. And you're cleaning yourself, because you're a dirty boy. Up here we got clothing. Let's actually do you first, and then the toga second, and the dress third, because those are the things we need initially. I'm making a self-replicating troglodyte cage. Pantaloon. Damn right that is, I presume. There, you can get clothes now if you're the first person to claim it. A pant was a single piece that was knit together with into a set of pants. So like a singular leg then? Or like half of the chaps. Minus the stick. Right. Okay, well, I can now tell that person they're wrong if I ever speak with them again. I do recall that starting a like rather heated discussion at one point in my life, but in YouTube chat they say I had a unicorn experience early on playing this game that has left enslaving them always a primary goal. Unicorns specifically? Why enslaving unicorns though? I think this is gonna take too long. Okay, I can make a copper pick. Who's pissed? Somebody's pissed. It's one of my doctors. Why are you? Oh, you experienced trauma? You want to pray? Let's just go into here and unforbid all these tasks. Oh, we're also out of booze. That's not good. Let's also go wooden barrel. Make them out of these and do 180. What's the best war animal in my opinion?
Hello there. It has been some time.
None of them. Jokes aside, bears. Giant bears. Giant bears. 100% giant bears. Or cave dragons, if you can get them full grown. But giant bears. Mass Mass, thank you very much for the 21 months. It has been a bit. I mean, I did kind of take a 5-day staycation and then edited a video, so there's a new big video up on the YubTub channel if you want to give it a look-see. But outside of that, yeah, it's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of, how is that video doing? Need to go look. It's been a couple hours since I've looked. It's at 7,600 views. I've got 8 subscribers from it. Nice. It's getting suggested a decent amount. Nothing crazy. Did you like it? Hope you enjoyed it. I'm looking at stats again, chat. This is dangerous. 71 comments. Could be doing better, but on the comment front, but it's doing all right. I mean, the last comment it got was an hour ago from somebody who I asked to leave a comment, so, yeah. Is this section of cavern closed off? Not entirely. I got more I gotta do. I mean, it's up to here. I'm slowly raising it up. But I'm kind of doing a few things at the same time, simultaneously. I've got a pretty tough time goal on this fort for a thing that I would like to complete construction-wise. And also now I need another... Whoop. I need another miner. So right here, this is a time bomb. When this character dies, when this cavey here dies, this has to be an ocean, or I failed. So as you can see, we got a ways to go. Exclamation point goal will almost always tell you what the plan for the fort is, unless I don't have a plan, but we do, and I need to make this into an ocean. What do I mean ocean? This is ice. I need it to be water. This is a glacier. So I need this to be an ocean before the cavey dies. Like, people talk about liking challenge forts. This is a challenge fort. This is good. This is good. We've got more of these critters dying. So I'll be able to run out there and take all of their, like, stuff at some point. This I can get rid of. It's too many beds, but... let's actually just do this. This right here can be a dormitory. And this can be connect it to the tavern. Typical lifespan of a caving. Game claims 4 to 8 years. And we started with it as a pup. Which doesn't necessarily mean the fort ends, it just means I fail the goal if it dies. Like, if the fort's super interesting and the creature dies, like, I'll keep the fort going, I just won't have achieved the goal. That's it. Gasson wants to stay here for the purpose of eradicating monsters, but, what are you? A human spurman? Sure, why not? And I'm gonna go here, statue. Got 2 different statues of Time Bomb. And a statue of a Forgotten Beast. 4 to 8. 4-8. What's the priority of this? 5. Okay. Let's just go 2. Let's finish this. Okay, so what? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay. Hypocrust layer underneath. Yes, pretty much. So like with a floor separating the stone and the lava, I have to fill this stone layer up with lava, and then the layer above it will all just become water. So all of this will become water, but only once this is filled with lava. And then I will collapse this layer in on it. Just kind of for funsies. I guess maybe leaving like a little platform over here. Maybe like yay big. Something like that, basically. The problem that I'm running into is this map was supposed to have silver, but it doesn't have silver. That is currently the issue that I'm running into, which is a bit of a bother. Was that a Yeti? Yep. That is the Are We There Yeti. He lives here. He seems friendly. Haven't spoken to him much. It's just a bit dejected these days. Or she, rather. We also had a bunch of plump helmets stolen by polar bear people when we first got here. But we made it through by the skin of our dwarfs. A Yeti that doesn't like snow? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to find like an equivalency here, and I can't really think of one. It's 4. So that would mean 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 20. Okay, that's probably about as high as we can go. don't need too many more. Let's actually just get rid of these ones, considering I'll be able to go in and deconstruct half of them. Hunt for small creatures. Oh. What are you doing out there, Darius? That's mighty silly. I mean, how did you get there? That's just called depression in regards to the mud crab what hates being dirty. You know, I wonder. Alrighty, old dum-dum. Do you know how to get back to the fort? Also, the other question is, can I tell you to stop hunting for small creature? No, I can't. I don't really want to dig to where they're at. How the heck did I get... you must have climbed? The better question is why, not how. But I don't know, man. I truly do not know. You forgot to bring a lunch when heading out on the job. Disappoint, man. No. Nobody in Dwarf Fortress is commonly known swimmers except for aquatic creatures. Like fish, commonly known swimmers. Literally anything else, sinkers. Mostly. Also, do you have any swimming skill? He very much climbed there, but... no swimming skills. Or climbing skills, for that matter. Having drowned in Dwarf Fortress many times, I don't know necessarily if I agree with that. In the context of we're talking about Dwarf Fortress and not as a human on Earth in real life. Also, I'm going to disable collecting webs. Just because I don't really want the dwarves running out into the god knows where. Well, I mean, I know that, like, I've had people in my chat say that all dwarves should start with some swimming skill because they find it frustrating. I'm gonna be honest, I personally really fucking like the fact that dwarves sink like a goddamn rock, because it's kind of like, it suits dwarves, you know? Like, it makes sense that, like, yeah, of course they would sink like a goddamn rock. They're dwarves, you know? They're made of iron and steel and act like rock, pretend like rock. Sometimes they even look kind of like rocks. They scream rock and stone and drown. And I like that. I mean, you could during Embark, but not after Embark. Once Embark hits, then no, not so much. You wouldn't trust a swimming dwarf? Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, witches don't float sort of thing. Okay, so let's say rock blocks. But let's make... $50 of those. And... trying to think of, like, find a different color that looks nice, like some of this. I'm gonna be lazy and make this out of tower cap.
Number go up, Crypt Beer.
If you're struggling with burrows, then that's just kind of a skill issue. I think that there's a lot of people that are very used to an old DF hack script, and also a slightly different functionality that was in older versions of the game with burrows. If this is toggled on, they can collect stuff from outside of the burrow. If it's not, then they can't. I think why some people find burrows difficult is because they expect when you turn them on that it cancels tasks, which it doesn't. So if you enable a burrow and then hit T, and then literally just spam X until they're all gone, the burrow works as it intends. But I think a lot of people don't realize that, except for the jobs that you can't cancel, obviously. I think previously there was a function called alerts, which would cancel all tasks, most tasks. I kind of like it more now. I don't know, I find alerts make the game too easy, but that's just me. I don't find them even remotely tedious. Actually, rather, since they added the ability to make multiple Z levels at once with a burrow and queue up multiple levels at once, yeah, I have no issues with them. One sock, two sock. Chat, can I get a round of beers for one sock, two sock? Keeping the sub alive for 17th month is... Appreciate you. Thank you much for continuing to stick around and support the channel, and thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you, man. Well, it's less cancel a bunch of things. It's more like, it's best to make burrows early so that you don't have to, like, very carefully go around and, like, etch out many different shapes for burrows. I think that's kind of the big deal, personally. That's kind of my thing, is like, it's best to just kind of get them laid out early on. Yeah, you do need to remember they'll still ignore burrows for things like meetings. So like mission critical stuff or stuff that they really, really need to do, they will just ignore the burrow and go do it, which I like dwarves ignoring instructions. I think that's fun. Like, I think is and will always be a kind of interesting little mechanic when the dwarves ignore instructions. I think that's very properly dwarfy, as far as I'm concerned. I do understand, like, why some people would find that frustrating or aggravating if like, you know, you're trying to be pretty specific about things dwarves are allowed to do and not do, but it doesn't bother me at all. I don't know. I'll say this, I think there's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that people expect to work very differently than the game expects them to work. And I think that is part of Dwarf Fortress's charm. I think that the actual issue is that there's no way to just automatically cancel every task. Like, that's it. So, and I think a lot of people have learned the game, and oddly enough, like, Krug Smash isn't one of those people, but a lot of people have learned the game with DF Hack to a point where if DF Hack has a feature that stops working, or if they're used to things working in a certain way because DF Hack cheats it to make it work more consistently or more predictably, which is fair, you can do that in a game. I think some people think that the game is broken, or alternatively blame the game for it, wherein in reality the game is designed to be tricky and kind of annoying, which isn't necessarily a good thing game design-wise, it's just kind of a fact. Like, as an example, I see a lot of people vexing about the fact that You know, it's not possible to like remove stuff from a bin. This is always like my example that I go back to, but there's a reason for that, and you might hate it, but it's still a reason. The reason it's hard and tedious to remove stuff from a bin is specifically because Tarn likes it that way. Like, the reason it's hard to remove stuff from a bin is so that players get quote-unquote tricked into selling stuff that you didn't want to, so you have a quest for adventure mode. Like, that is an intended mechanic. And I see people requesting, like, make it easier to sort trading. It's like, I don't think they're ever going to do that in the vanilla game because that is an intentional annoyance to the player. And in a world where, like, games that have friction are getting more and more popular as time goes on, I think that actually becomes more interesting. Yeah, no, absolutely. One sock, two sock. And then that's how you get games like, I don't know, that get negative responses from their player base because they play a modded version. It's like, it's the reason that, like, a stalker game is never going to be well received. It's like, it sucks, but people are so used to Stalker Anomaly, which is like a completely unreasonable expectation of like what that game is in comparison to what the Stalker games actually are. I also need to make more cages. Although I will say, if you want to get stuff out of bins quickly, make them out of copper, and then just fucking melt them. That's what I do. Yeah, no, and then telling you if it resets. Natty Wombat. Wait, hold on a second. So, they're probably in an ad, but Averter says, among all issues, I find the only one annoying is insta-death to obsidian tile creation. You think that standing in a puddle of water and having lava landed on your head shouldn't kill you instantly? I mean, I find it, I agree, it can be annoying, but, like, you think that shouldn't kill you? I mean, like, turning into a brick of obsidian shouldn't kill you? Also, just a reminder to everybody, thank you, Le Musketeer, for the kind words. If you're watching on either stream and you watched my video today and you haven't yet, please go leave a comment and a like, because that's what tells YouTube that people like it and tells YouTube to promote it to other people. Heart, please and thank you. Buying the mugs is optional, but liking it makes the video do well. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the heat from it would kill you. Like, you would just be crushed, like, immediately. Did you come into the end of stream? No, I was just in an ad, so I paused. I mean, we're getting there. It's pretty late in the day. But we'll be on tomorrow and the day after. I mean, I'm back proper, so. Seal food. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I would actually say ice insta-freezing bothers me more than dying by having, like, obsidian dropped on your head. Like, obsidian land touching you on the head and instantly killing you makes a lot of sense to me. But, like, ice insta-freezing. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, I was gone for like 2 weeks almost, so it was like 12 days or something. But it's good to be back, Gunmetal. All right, so we're going to do this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start chopping down nether cap. Nether cap specifically. These guys, these little spotted guys. Because nether cap are at 0 degrees 100% of the time. Meaning, I can make pipes that'll pump lava out of nether cap. And they won't burn. Well, cheers, Seal. Thank you for the kind words. And thanks for the prime. With this project? Hold up. Cancel everything. Well, that's annoying. Why is there 2 trillion grundles? I hate. That's all I have to say. Hate. Dislike. Not fan. Bad. Okay, well. Gonna wall that back in. That was a mistake. What's the main thing taking up my time with this project? I don't know. On year 2? Starting the 2nd year? I don't have any dwarves. It's the main issue. With pumping lava to the surface? I don't know. What do you think is going to take the longest? What do you think? Well, I know they move in herds. I just hadn't seen them yet because they were off screen until I dug through. Like, there's only one actual answer to that question. You know, on a 5x5 map, currently I have 4 dwarves with pickaxes because I haven't found that fucking silver that claims to be on the map yet. Actually, okay, that's not sand. Literally, it's just like getting enough metal materials. I mean, I suppose I could dupe iron, but it feels like cheating. For looking at your work emails? Yeah, that's fair. Technically, all of my emails are work emails. While I was on break, I got another email from the fucking shithole of a streaming platform, Kick again. They haven't reached out to me in a couple years. I guess the previous community manager person at that site quit. Because I straight up told them, I was like, please stop emailing me. It's like, I'm not going to say yes, so please just stop. Told them to kick rocks? Not rocks specifically. I can't name the KV. The KV's already named. I only have one, and they're named Time Bomb. So no, I will not name it that, because it's already named. I could name a statue of it that. I could name this. Although I don't know what that doohickey above the A is, and I can't do that on my keyboard. Sure. I mean, I have a bunny. Yeah, I got a rabbit. Could name that. It's close. I mean, the bunny ran away, so it checks out. I almost hit a bunny rabbit on my bicycle. The one time I crashed my nice bicycle was because I almost hit a bunny rabbit. It literally like stopped in the middle of a greenway trail right in front of me. I was like, ah! Like damn near flew off my handlebars. He is quick to anger and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, and he's very greedy, and he enjoys the company of others. He often acts with compassion and likes to brawl. He tries to do things correctly each time and doesn't seek out excitement. He is quite ambitious, and he's quick to form negative views about things. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he's slow to trust others. And he tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and tends to be passive in discussions. He holds craftsmanship to be the highest ideals. Yeah, you can go hang out with Time Bomb. Bun. There you go. Oh, I can butcher that Drothla. Let's have some Drothla Lunchables. And this is going to be a temple that I'm building. I have a question. What place is that goddess from? Because I've never heard of that said goddess before, so I'm just kind of taking your statement at face value. Yeah, but what mythology? Norse mythology? Gotcha. I guarantee you that she has no jurisdiction here, because if she did, I would have way less drowned dwarves. Maybe she's why I have so many drowned dwarves? What, she just doesn't like us then? What's she got against dwarves? Is she an elf? That would probably do it. Explain a few things. Oh, she collects them. Okay, I thought you were saying she rescues them. Right, that, okay. I'm back on board. I get it. Makes sense to me. Dwarves should die more while mining due to accidentally falling rock pieces to their unprotected heads, but that happens never. Even cave-ins are super rare. Cave-ins happen when you remove all support from a thing. They used to happen periodically if you made a room too large, but when they added in the caverns, that would mean the entire map would collapse based on the old code, so they would have to rewrite the entirety of it, and in order to do that, they have to do the map update. But even then, Tarn has stated that he's not entirely sure if he would want to bring that back for one very specific reason. Is that a fun mechanic? Like, is that, like, something that would be entertaining and interesting to engage in? To me, that seems more just like a very strict restriction. But, you know, I see what you're saying. At the same time, I don't know if that would be that fun of a mechanic. I mean, I know people who have literally refunded this game because they stated they did. Well, rather, I've seen people state that they refunded this game, I should actually state, because a log killed a dwarf. I think dwarves are just so good at mining that, like, of course they would never have a cave-in. I mean, they know how to dig with structural integrity. But, like, it makes sense that they die to trees. To be worth bringing it back. I think it would make sense for certain materials. As an example, sand, chalk. Okay, I could see it. You know, like, super-duper light materials, things that would cave in. but I don't know if that's something I necessarily need in the game. Yeah, I think that, like, personally, digging around in the fun tubes down below, and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then okay. But digging around in the fun tubes is an extremely frustrating process a lot of the time. And I do honestly feel that there's a lot of things that people talk about wanting to see in a game like this. Things like earthquakes. Earthquakes sound really cool. I feel like it would just add more frustration than value. And I think that there's a very fine line between frustration and value in a game like this. Okay, we're milking animal and making cheese. Do I not have a job to shear animals? I do. It's queued up. I guess, like, yeah, they're just not ready yet. It's a bummer. Cheers, gloves. It actually seems to be working. Like, I wasn't entirely sold that it would not look terrible on me. God, I love the portraits. It's like my biggest worry about Magic is, like, it's really fucking hard to follow combat already. And when there's combat magic going on, if that's not, like, extremely clear as to what's happening, it could just add frustration without much, like, attainable substance to the game. And that worries the ever-living shit out of me. Like, I know for as long as I've played this game and people have talked about magic in Dwarf Fortress, I'm like, cool, awesome, I hope I know what's going on. And I still feel that way. Like, that is a genuine worry for me about magic. Is that there is a non-zero chance that Tarn adds explosions and a bunch of other things to the game, and it's, like, undiscernible, like, impossible to follow. Because Dwarf Fortress is, like, kind of by design, but also by, like, engine limitation, like, kind of a hard game to follow visually. And so I worry about stuff like that, like, truly. I think that there is a world where the game becomes worse when it gets magic. But at the same time, like, the potential is still there to make it a really, really cool thing. And I'm hoping that it sticks the landing and becomes a cool thing instead of, like, just a frustrating thing. I'm going to be really kind here, Cassie, and just say I probably skill issue to a point. This is what I wanted to see. Human caravan has arrived. So I'm going to bring damaged clothing, bring cut gems. And we'll see what they have. But odds are pretty good. I'm going to sell them a bunch of stuff at a pretty high value. For anything made of metal. They've made Tavern Brawls a lot less lethal, Tiger Lily. I mean, like, you can kind of already experience that. Just have a bunch of undead or, like, necromancers in there. Like, watch my last video. Watch the fights at the end of my last video. Now imagine, like, wizards. Which is fine. Like, that could be a really interesting thing, but, like, this is a game that already has very little control given to the player, and we're going to have less of it potentially soon. This is what I mean. More human! Ooh, yaks have cool pictures, too. This is what we wanted, chat. This is good news. This is the best news we've had all day. All this afternoon. Yeah, I agree. Tavern Brawls should be chaotic, but they shouldn't be as, like, viscerally lethal as they were, and from my little bit of experience since that patch where Tavern Brawls have been adjusted, I actually do think they've been fixed. Yay! All three of them came. You love to see it. Also gonna bring some gold splints, a gold toy, some gold goblets. I went and demanded tribute. If you demand tribute, regardless of if they say yes or no, every single location that you demand tribute with, I've like traded with like 12 factions at a time before. If you demand tribute and they say no, and they don't hate you enough to go to war with you, they will just show up and trade the next year because they now know that you're there. So I could like theoretically trade with like 150 factions in like a day. Or like 150 locations in like a day, because every single town is capable of doing that. The expedition leader meets with the royal treasurer Ulhos. Why did you demand tribute, you pathetic tiny little creatures? I mean, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. Bring me metallic substances. Iron burrs, thanks. They want blocks. All right. I mean, it will, but they have to, like, really hate you. So, like, I don't know what the actual numbers are, I'll be honest. But, like, I'll say clear numbers for clarity. If a faction goes to war with you if they have -50 relation, and the default is 0, anything that is, like, neutral, but you haven't talked to yet, that you're not at war with, that you're not allied with, unless they're a goblin, will be at, like, -2. Like, I would have to, like, demand tribute every day, and then, like, steal their stuff when they showed up to trade multiple times for them to go to war with me. Like, are they a fan of it? No. But are they going to just immediately go to war with me? Also no. I'm gonna have to buy the bronze and the toy. Don't need the lead cage. Ew, river spirit's gross. Ooh, an iron short sword. That's a bit expensive, though. Large low boots. Those I can buy. The shields I can buy. Let's see if they'll take that trade. There we go. Sweet. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, melt all these items. Maybe not that. And then go down to here. Make my life easy. Melt shit. Do it. So I can make more picks. Yeah, I mean, like, if a random child walked up to you, knocked on your door, and said, "Give me cookies!" And you said, "No, I have no cookies." And then they go, "Okay, bye," and then they leave. I would call their parents too and be like, "The fuck?" And now you have a new friend because you've met their parents. Like, yeah, it's same thing. That's reverse Squirrel Scout. They just like hold you hostage unless you give them cookies. Also, this is how the game handles multiple trade factions, so that's the one we already traded with. It's the second one. You can buy those silver bars. Buy some beer, because why not?
This is madness!
Madness?
This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. And all those picks, actually. That. These. Don't need your damn wooden weapons. How you doing, hobo? How is thing? Also gonna buy these and those. Those, that. I don't even need to trade with all of them, it's great. Even brought a ladle. Crazy. And some books. Yeah, okay, we'll leave that. And trade. All right, let's just do that. You don't need to trade anymore. And then I will melt down everything in here, but let's just go in here and say anvils, not the anvils. And let's go here and say picks. Say not the picks. And then that was what, 3 additional picks? 1, 2, 3. Get to it, dwarves. I mean, that's ideal. I'm actually like scared to ask because of the way the world is these days, but about my flights to Montreal for Formula 1. Me and my dad. We're landing at like 8 o'clock at night. But Doris can read for while they wait up for the next mining shift. Yeah, no, that's true. Gonna kind of remove dwarves that are doing things aside from mining. And then just reset all these tasks. Because I need them to get up here and start mining. We're gonna have a miners guild in like no time. Like real soon we're gonna have a miners guild. I demand tribute. Please trade with me, yeah. What day are we flying in? We're flying in Thursday. Although we have like a 45-minute layover. So we might get there Friday. We'll see. Do I think I'll achieve this on time? With the increased trading capacity, maybe. Highly depends on how big the first few migrant waves are. I may also have to boot out these monster slayers because they're getting pissy. They're not very mentally stable. Get it. Yui. Same with you. Yeah, I think it highly depends on how big the migrant waves are. If the migrant waves increase in size, then probably not too long. Probably. If we get like a 20 plus migrant wave, probably be able to get this done. Back Monday, yeah. I mean, what I might do is I might like give up on making the whole thing an ocean and just try and see if I can get like a third of it. That to me would be like worst case, because I'm gonna also have to do this layer, right? But we'll see. We will see. And I also want to build like a tower out here because I think that would be kind of fun to have like a tower on the surface. But you know, things will accelerate. And thankfully, ice is pretty easy to dig through. Yearn for the mines. Oh, they're all yearning. They're yearning as hard as they possibly can. In fact, they're yearning so hard, I don't know if they'll be able to, like, continue at this yearning pace. But I'll be honest, chat. I'm starting to yearn for dinner. I last ate 9 hours ago. Look at the clock. I think we should continue the yearning tomorrow because we've made some pretty good progress. I mean, this obviously could be a lot better, but if we're gonna get 3 trade caravans per summer, I think we'll be able to accelerate the speed of this fortress's growth pretty soon. Fingers crossed we get some decent migrants sooner than later. And fingers crossed that we get to trade again sooner than later. I'm hard limiting migrant waves in your new fortress because you always get 50 plus in your non-scripted first one. So sell less stuff to trade caravans. Your exported wealth dictates how many migrants you get. So if you export like the value that I just exported, you'll get really big migrant waves because I want big migrant waves. If you sell 2 thread and like a cheeseburger, then that. So if you want to have smaller migrant waves after the first 2, then sell less stuff. Cheers, Rook. So yeah, chat, I'm back now. That's the short version. It's good to be back. I missed you guys. I did need a break initially, but it is good to be back. We will continue working on this silly project. And I also kind of aim to go to war with a bunch of people, but the initial goal and the current goal right now in this fortress is to just simply dig out this entire thing and be able to turn this into an ocean. Even if I don't make it in the time limit, like, I kind of still just want to do it. I don't think it'll actually take that long once I get maybe like 20, 30 miners in this fort. I'm a little worried about dwarves like this one. Cybrek's pissed! But at the same time, I think this should be achievable. Don't run off, though. We are going to raid somebody. We're going to raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. So stick around. YouTube folks, if you haven't yet, please go watch the video I just released. And leave a comment and a like. Or at the very least, just a like. Tell YouTube that they should go promote it and send people out. I will be on tomorrow, and I'll also be on Friday this week. So, yeah. Same dwarf time, same dwarf channel. I'm going to go put my foot in a bucket of water. And then put this splint back on. That's what I'm going to do. So yeah. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. But if you would like to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow. You know where to find me. You guys want to know a secret? Normally when I start the stream, I test the record player to make sure that it works. And like the audio routing is set up correctly. I didn't test it today, so this is going to be a dry run. Let's see. Let's see if the raid music function. Let's see. Oh, well, the camera's not working, so that's already fun. Padoop. Oh, no, wrong camera. This one. Ha! Why you pointed the wrong way, camera? There you go. It's the first time I've turned this on today.